Hello, everybody, and welcome to the 7th episode of The David Nassau Show, where we interview people around the world about how they spend and invest their own money. And so today on the 7th episode, we have one of my best friends here on the show, Barukh Rohde, and I'll tell you a little bit about him right now. So Barukh works 3 jobs. He's a scientist, a real estate investor, and a mortgage broker. He's also been homeless for more than a year of his life. Barukh graduated high school online at age 16, and he graduated with a triple major of biology, chemistry, and statistics at age 20. He also got his PhD from the University of Florida at age 27. Barukh bought his first house on credit cards in his 4th year of his PhD, beginning what is now an empire of 64 units under his stewardship. Barukh has visited 64 countries, 47 states, and has hitchhiked nearly 800 times. Barukh, it's a pleasure to have you on the show. Let me pull you up here. And, thank you for joining. Thank you for spending the time. And, welcome to the David Nassau Show. How you doing today, man? I know we've been talking about this for quite a while, and again, I'm really excited to speak with you. Obviously, for the people who know you like I do, we're very excited to actually hear and unpack a lot of your story and hear more about your background and where you're from, and really get to know what makes you you and what brought you here today. And for the people who don't know you, this is going to be a really exciting experience, at least for me, to have this conversation with you, to really let people know who you are and actually, learn a bit more myself, even though you've already taught me so much in our own conversations, but actually hear from you from a different perspective of how you run your own personal finances. And so for everybody else watching on the internet here, we are streaming live on Facebook. And so if you guys are watching on Facebook, I'll say this a couple times throughout the show, please feel free to comment, interact with us, and ask some questions. This is an interactive live streamed show, and after this, we are going to be posting the full episode on YouTube, and the audio will be posted on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and wherever you guys get your podcast fix. So without further ado, Barukh, tell us about yourself, your upbringing, your really where you were born and raised, what was your upbringing like, and let's start from there. Actually, let's just really dive into that context.
Well, I guess from a finance context, I should start that I have been managing other people's money since I was 13 years old. When my uncle decided that it was a good idea for me to invest $10,000 of my grandmother's money on behalf of my cousins. My grandfather, on the other side, was a part-time day trader. Whether he actually made money doing so or not, we will never truly know. Whether it was truly trading or simply gambling, but then again, many day traders, it's more like gambling than day trading, as I like to tell one of my contractors, who is into the crypto trading thing. And I've been telling him for years, no, sir, that's gambling. And, eventually it will come around, I'm sure. But so I started working in a restaurant kitchen when I was 9. I started getting paid when I was 13. Um, I long approached money from a scarcity mindset. Um, when I was 13, my father took $2,000 from my bedroom. Um, to be fair, I had earned some of that money by selling stink bombs when I was 12 or 13. So I don't entirely blame my father for that. You mentioned that when I was in Israel, or that I graduated high school when I was 16. While living in Israel, I lived with an abusive psychologist turned high school principal whose control on me was partly built on making sure that I didn't have my own money. I started hitchhiking in part to save up money. Some people describe me as the most Jewish person they've ever met. At least in terms of fulfilling the stereotypes. I had long been known as extremely cheap. I'm no longer quite as much, but between $7,000 that I got for my bar mitzvah from my dad's synagogue, which I then invested in the junk bonds market, and turned into about 10. From that to my what is coming up on 20 years of working in a restaurant kitchen in New York. I still go up every Passover to work Seder's because it's a bit of a tradition of mine. And Talia's Steakhouse will always hold a place in my heart if you ever get to New York and want some very good steaks.
That's awesome.
And so saving up that money, $8 an hour at a time. And then when I was 18, I biked and hitchhiked to Florida for an internship. Supposed to be 2 months, wound up being 6 months. And during that, when I found out I was going to be staying longer than anticipated, instead of getting myself an apartment, I moved into the woods and was nominated, appointed, elected, whatever you call it when homeless people get together and decide on things, deputy mayor of said homeless encampment in the woods in East Gainesville. And so I've been saving money for as long as I can remember. I have been, well, maybe not as long as I can remember, but there's a contract that my mother had somewhere where it was loan agreements between me and my classmates in elementary school.
So
So I've been saving up money since I was a kid. By the time, because from $13,000 that I earned on internship when I was 18, I put 10,000 of that into savings because lived in the woods. Um, from that to then during my next year's internship, I put all of the money that they gave me straight into savings. By the time I started grad school, I had $25,000 in savings. And part of that is because my dad's synagogue paid for my undergraduate education, but my undergraduate education was all of $5,000 to $6,000 a year at Hunter College. I It still boggles my mind that they paid for the high school that I went to in Israel, but at least they didn't have to pay much for me for college.
so
Then yeah, my first year of grad school, I put most of my income into savings. End of my second year of grad school, I was walking through my good friend's grandparents' garage and helping them clean it out. And we realized that that side storage room was big enough for me to live in. I proceeded to renovate it and built what is now known as the carpartment. Um, I realized, that could be a really decent apartment. They did Ian's grandparents, and you and I actually met through Ian. Ian's grandparents wanted me to put in, or we're talking about putting in a composting toilet in said garage apartment. I decided I wanted plumbing, and so I hired a contractor, and me and him dug a sewer line and connected it to the city sewer without a permit of any sort. And I went on to host a giant party for the ceremonial first flush of that undocumented sanitation worker, who is to this day named Enrico Fleshriguez.
I love that.
And so the money I got to save up even more money living in half of a garage and paying $330 a month in rent for the first couple of years there. And even on an $18,000 a year grad student salary, my second and third years of my PhD, I got to set aside money.
Yeah.
And then when a year after the construction of the car apartment, a duplex came across Ian's family's desk, and they're like, "We can't buy this." It was through a Fannie Mae program that required owner occupancy. And I
Mm.
was one of the only people crazy enough to be willing to live in a burned up duplex. And because I couldn't get a mortgage on it, because again, it was a burned up duplex, I bought it on credit cards, the 0% interest credit card offers they send you in the mail. I took out 4 of them. I had already been involved in credit card churning, which is the practice of opening credit cards for the sake of their opening bonuses. So I had some familiarity with the credit card world, and I took 40,000 in total between what I spent to purchase the thing and what I spent to renovate it. I spent a total of $80,000 ish in that first year. I had about 40 of that prior to that point, and so yeah, $55,000 purchase price, 25,000 in renovations in the first year,
Hmm.
and at the 1 year mark, I had paid off most of that debt between savings and rental income, and then got a cash out refinance, got a mortgage, and took that money and bought houses number 2 and 3. And 6 months after that, in the 𝗿𝗲 sagas, I sold one of those houses. A year later, I sold the other. The 𝗿𝗲 sagas will be my first book, titled Sex, Drugs, and Real Estate, the true story of how I wound up being the landlord to a den of meth head neo-Nazis.
There's so much to unpack here. I think what,
Rambling.
yeah, but I think there's a lot to, and so as for those of you who are just getting to know Barukh, obviously you see that there's a lot of depth here in his experience, and so I think we learned up until the 𝗿𝗲 sagas, but now I think what we'll do is we need to introduce some characters here, and also kind of start from let's rewind the tapes to really your time, in school growing up as well, a little bit more, because you definitely took us through, I think, probably a couple decades worth of timeline here that I think let's unpack a little bit more. And I definitely want to talk more about the real estate empire that you're building and how that came to be. But I think that there's a lot of stuff to get to really talk more about your upbringing specifically first, right? So you mentioned, I think, part of the time when you did not have sound here, that you did grow up in a synagogue, and then you also spent time international. And so tell us about like your grade school experiences, and where was that, and what was the I guess what was how did that come to be, right? I feel like, and I'm coming from the perspective of somebody who was born and raised in one place, went to school, elementary school, middle school, high school in one city, right? So you obviously have a very different background than I do here. And in this context, I think it's really interesting to understand how you've had this international experience from a young age and the impact your family has had on that as well.
I'm pretty sure my mother's watching this, so
Yes.
for what that's worth. Um, well, I don't know that I'm that much more mobile. My family have
Mm.
had the same landlord family since I was brought home from the hospital. My parents have moved once in my lifetime across a wall. My parents are the example, are almost a perfect example of a good tenant. My parents never complain about anything in that apartment, even when the paint is peeling and the grain doesn't flow properly. At the same time, some of my attitude toward landlording was shaped by my parents' elderly, may he rest in peace, former landlord, who at 85 years old would stick his hand into the clean out and pull whatever the blockage was out of it, because that's what New York landlords will do, at least
Mm.
the good ones. And I strive to be a good landlord. I think on the whole, my tenants will have good reviews on me. Um,
They don't get the professor ratings that you have in schools, so yeah, it's a little
you know,
unmeasurable. Yeah.
yeah, tenant ratings of landlords would also be an odd way to go about it, on the grounds that sometimes I buy places from other landlords and I don't know what problems the place has from before my ownership. And so my tenants will also tell you that Like a good number of them have lived in places that had major issues because I buy places that have major issues. I rent them out. And no matter what stress tests I may conduct, there's some amount of shit you find out when someone's living in a place.
Hmm.
The first rule of landlording is shit always breaks. I my schooling. I was raised in the Jewish school system. I was expelled from four of them. After my third, my parents shipped me off to Israel to live with a well known psychologist who went on to start a high school for delinquents, Israeli delinquents in particular. While going to that Israeli high school and learning Hebrew, I took online classes through the University of Missouri's online high school. And I apologize for how particularly nasally I sound today. I'm a little bit under the weather.
You sound beautiful, my
Um,
friend. Yeah.
so I went to an Israeli high school, graduated early because one's parents don't usually think twice before signing their child up for extra educational classes. I don't think my father realized, maybe he did, that in signing me up for 9 credits in my third year of high school, that doing so would allow me to skip 11th grade. He quite possibly did. I don't know. I'm never going to know.
So you so you literally skipped a whole grade because you took extra credits?
Yeah, I did 2 years and one in my third year of high school. Part of that was because of all the Judaic studies classes I was taking through the Israeli high school that qualified as electives. And then, yeah, taking 11th grade and 12th grade English at the same time. The downside of that was I did not take calculus in high school, which in retrospect, I don't think anybody should take calculus in high school. Why would you take AP? Why would you take an AP class 4 times a week for an hour? Or for yeah, why would you take an AP calculus 4 times a week for an entire year when you could just go into college and take that same calculus class twice a week for 4 months? Dual enroll over AP anytime. I stand by the idea that APs are stupid, but that's just me.
Yeah.
I know you're a product of the South Florida upper class public school system, so I believe you have a different opinion on the matter. But
I think, yeah, regarding the educational conversation, especially in South Florida, I mean, APs were they're there for some, they're not there for all. They're an option. School is an interesting option for everybody to begin with. So how you go about it is very, interesting and different, right? And I do acknowledge we have some comments here. Tom, we will go back to the credit card conversation shortly. You can be sure. Um, Now with the schooling, right? So you spent grade school in New York, and then you literally went to you were shipped off to Israel, as you said, for a juvenile high school experience. And then while you were in high school in Israel, you were taking online classes at which high school here, or which
the University of Missouri, long before taking class on Zoom or online was cool, the University of Missouri, as with colleges in lots of farm states, was running distance learning programs for the sake of, say, the children of farmers. They were one of the earlier online high school programs. The University of Missouri's education department ran and still does run a pretty good online high school. And so, yeah, taking all my classes that basically learned American history out of textbooks, which I'd done in middle school and elementary school anyway. So it came fairly naturally to me. I do fairly well at reading books, even though I don't get as much time to read as much time as I might like to read books nowadays.
yeah.
But
And so yeah, and so by doing that, did any of your classes in Israel count towards high school as well? Or so it was like you're
Yeah.
basically on a fast track already, and then by the time you entered high school, at what point did you move back to the U.S.?
I celebrate my expulsion, my skipping a grade, and my graduation on the same day, March 8th, 2010.
And that's high school graduation too. So literally, you were in Israel for when did you leave to Israel?
So my parents shipped me off the day after my 14th birthday. So January 24th, 2008.
So pretty much
And
all of high
then
school.
yeah, so I left Israel in March of 2010. I finally graduated from the University of Missouri in New York. I did my last 6 months in New York because there was no longer any point in paying for that ridiculously expensive Israeli high school program. I'm glad to know that it no longer exists. My efforts at besmirching their name, I don't know whether that played a role in causing them to no longer exist, but Dr. Stuart Chesner will receive whatever judgment the gods have for him.
Sure. And uh with the online schooling from that, how much of that, I guess, influenced where you went to next as well, right? Like, so you were already, well, first off, with online schooling, how did you enjoy it back then, and how has it influenced the rest of your educational career, right? We already know that you've been in classes, and you're a scholar, and you have also taught at a university level. So with you, how has online education shaped yourself and your experience, and also, what are your thoughts on it from both sides of the fence?
Well, the thing about modern Orthodox Judaism is that it is about being um, having a full, equal to any other secular education as such, like being able to get into just as good colleges as those who don't have to go through Judaic studies, while still having a Judaic studies curriculum as rigorous as the yeshiva system.
Hmm.
Um, which is to say, every modern Orthodox kid, if they're going to a true modern Orthodox school, and I'm not talking about the yeshivish and stuff that some of the ultra Orthodox put out, but that's a separate conversation. Um, True modern Orthodoxy puts their children through two schools at the same time from the very beginning.
Hmm.
And that's how a lot of true religious schools are. In terms of they're because you're taking and a modern Orthodox high school, you're in class from 8 a.m. or you're in school from 8 a.m. until 9 p.m. And if you approach it from a rigorous perspective, you're actually being productive for all of that. And so going through two high schools at the same time prepared me for a college experience where I did more of the same. I set myself on a mission to expand the amount that I could do in the number of hours of a week that I could be productive, because eventually I want to have a family, and my office light is on a
Nice,
motion sensor.
nice, nice. But yeah, so you're
I want so I want to have a family, and part of raising a family is being able to um, simultaneously be able to accomplish a lot and also have time for one's family. And so I worked to expand the number of hours of a week that I could be on my feet, whether that was taking 18-hour shifts at a restaurant or taking I wound up setting the Hunter College, my undergraduate school's record for most credits completed in a single semester with 13 classes, 36 and a half credits. My last semester of undergrad, yeah, I got three majors and two minors in 4 years minus 6 months of internship. And so I got to do a lot and perpetually did a lot. And then, going into grad school, those 2 years that I'd skipped allowed me to take some of my extra time. Those 2 years that I had on everybody. And instead of doing a 5-year PhD, I did a 7-year PhD and used the extra time out of my week to start buying houses because
Mhm.
I wound up being good at that for some reason.
And and we will I'm excited to talk with you about real estate as well. Though real quick with the online education to kind of summarize or correct me if I'm wrong. So you basically use the ability to learn to compound your schooling experience and expedite the path towards graduating and attaining degrees on the front end. And then, so when you actually did start getting more into real estate later, it actually was okay that you did the 7-year PhD instead of the five because you actually probably already expedited the 2 years of schooling anyway, of during doing just the online schooling on top of the schooling you were doing before. Is that accurate, or am I
Yeah,
any different? Yeah.
I'm a big proponent of skipping grades. Our mutual friend Ian Mitchell,
Shout out Ian.
shout out Ian, um, skipped high school entirely.
Right.
He started taking college classes when he was 15 and got enough credits to transfer from the University of Florida to the University of Florida. Graduated college when he was 19. I'm a big proponent of skipping grades. I think that the emphasis that schools place on socializing with children one's own age is lazy. I think that there are enough kids out there who are ahead and taking all these and able to skip. I think that if schools allowed for students who are doing well to skip grades, that you'll wind up with a social group of students who skip grades. And as I've gotten to meet some of those, yes, we're all weird. We're never going to not be weird. And I would still be a weird person even if I had graduated high school at 18. And so I got to have the extra time to learn social skills from people like you, David.
I appreciate the call out for my social skills, but I will say at the end of the day, the high school in general is a weird time where people are growing and forming and doing their own thing, right? And I think that socially, wherever you are educationally, I think is a construct, as we say in the West Coast, the social construct of just like, like we do have this societal pace of going through school and education and what we should be learning when. And at the end of the day, like that doesn't fit for everybody, obviously. And it's great to see that there are success stories of people who are actually taking advantage of skipping grades if they are advanced, and because we all do know the stories of the people who've been held back too, right? And I think there's a yin and a yang to that experience of look like a standardized way to go through an educational program as we've been operating in over the last 100 years or so plus. It does with technology now to enable alternative routes to learning and getting an education. I think that now we're in a unique spot to actually question like what does that look like for the next, however many years or the next generation or more, right? And so I think that realistically the timelines in school and the social dynamic of being with people in your age and in your age range, I think is it's something that, again, as somebody who did follow a traditional, K through 12 model and then going to university for 4 years after that and, graduating with a cohort of people, that is one way to do it, but it is not the only way, right? And I think that there are now ways to justify doing education differently for each individual person, which is really unique. And it's cool to see you, obviously, Ian, and others who have been able to skip. And I'd say the weirdness that you mentioned, I think, isn't necessarily it's not weird. It's actually like an individualized experience that as we've all gotten older, we've met people who are just different based off of, again, what makes, their upbringing and their background. We all have such unique differences in our lives that have led us to this point. And so I think that, you know, it doesn't necessarily draw back to specifically skipping grades and how you guys have been maturing either. So I think that that said, you were getting your PhD, and I guess through this educational experience, what you did end up learning that you did have a knack for real estate, but what were you studying through this time, and why did you choose the degrees and the majors and the degrees that you chose in that path?
A, I liked to, for a long time, I described my academic journey as a series of rejections. Um, Going into college, the biggest reason why I went to Hunter was having not taken calculus in high school. I was rejected from every engineering school I applied to, partly because I didn't take calculus in high school, partly because I was 15 when I was applying to college.
And and
And so
and at that time, what did you want to be when you were 15? If you're applying to engineering stuff, what was the life goal at that time?
I wanted to be a civil engineer. I had long been into roads and bridges because I used to bike an incredible amount, and a small part of me thought it would be fitting to be a designer of roadways with my last name being, Road.
Road. Nice.
But
Nice. Pun intended.
yeah, pun
Yes.
intended.
Yeah.
Pun very much intended. We have a plumber who my landlord mentors thought that his name was Andy Backflow and thought that was incredibly amusing.
Nice.
But you
Nice.
know,
Yep.
so I'd wanted to be a civil engineer, partly because my grandfather was an engineer, partly because I liked the idea of building structures. Um, when I got rejected from every engineering school I applied to, I got into one of the backup schools, which it's actually a pretty good school to be a backup school that I hadn't even intended or really looked at. My safety school was City College of New York School of Engineering. When I applied to City College, which is part of the City University of New York system, I got to choose six CUNY schools to apply to with my application. And so I didn't get into the engineering school, but I got into Hunter College, which was the pre med, the nursing, the education school. I got into Barukh College. Funnily enough, that one is pronounced Baruch, not Baruch,
Mm, nice.
which is the finance and business college. And I got into Queens College. No, not Queens. I got into Lehman. Um, and I chose Hunter. I felt that for me to go into finance or business would be a really bad idea. The reason for that is because if in science you prove that your boss is wrong publicly and openly, you get fired. If you prove that your boss is wrong in science, you get promoted.
I love that.
And sure enough, my first finance job, well, I shouldn't put it in quotes, my first time working as an employee for a finance company, unless I'm missing some other one before it, but I worked for a real estate wholesaler in summer 2021, and they weren't making reasonable offers on people's houses. And we were salesmen being paid partly with a base, but primarily on commission. And they weren't allowing us to make reasonable offers. So I kept making unreasonable offers well below what we should have been offering. And um, eventually I gathered the evidence and presented it to my boss in front of the entire company, explaining that we weren't managing to buy any houses from these homeowners because we weren't making reasonable offers. And as a result, none of us salespeople were able to make any money. And I was correct. And I got fired for it. And I got told by my boss that I would do better on my own than I would with him, working for him. Or and maybe this is a bit more accepted now, but I am also not a huge fan of telling kids, oh, you can't work for anybody, you need to work for yourself, because I didn't think I was going to wind up being some sort of entrepreneur. I done a my becoming some variety of business figure, whatever I call that now. I'm slowly starting a rebrand of myself and away from the occasionally homeless guy who sometimes buys houses to, okay, I own 37 and am part owner of a total of 64 units. I'm legit now, is a journey that I'm currently going through.
Totally, totally, totally.
um and so I went to Hunter College, which is, I wrote a song about Hunter during my time there. Should I sing it?
If you're welcome to sing the song about Hunter College, and we can send this over to him when they're when you're done.
Actually, I mean, during my time there, one of my bigger regrets from my college experience was, I was in school with a film major who was really good, still a good friend of mine. His name is Ethan. He made he's responsible for the existence of a music video in which I am wearing an iPad and nothing else. But he wanted to make a music video for the song on condition that he could claim credit for the song, as, or no, that he could sing it rather than me. And I said no. One of my bigger regrets is saying no. I should have said yes. If I had, this would have gotten recorded. It would have gone viral like his other songs about the place. And it would have actually become the school's anthem, because nobody has pride about Hunter College. We're the Hawks. We look down on everybody from our, 20-story buildings. Um, One street corner on the Upper East Side of Manhattan with 23,000 students. Yeah,
So definitely sing. Let's hear it.
As I finished high school, it was time to apply to higher education. Expectations were high as I waited for them to accept or to deny. But then the mail rejection letters came. The only place it took me was run by the state, so I promised myself that I would make it the same. In another place, you'll pay 5 times the price. Glass bridges won't protect you from the snow and ice. But in another place, you will get to see that you can't beat the city university. The city university. Again, pardon the voice. This school takes city public school grads. Its science class is populated by postbacks that come here when they realize that there's no jobs in dance. Whoa, Ivy League snobs and kids from the street come learn under grants that make college cheap and create for America racial equality. In another place, the classes will make you think, and you'll have gatherings where everyone can drink. But in another place, you won't get the subsidies that support the city university. The city university. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa,
Nice.
whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. In another place, you will get to see that you can't beat the city university. The city university.
Yeah. No, amazing. And yeah, I will say you're an extremely creative person, and I appreciate you singing that with us here. So thank you for sharing that. Um, and yeah, so I think that with your experience at Hunter College, how did you transfer that to you? Like, when did UF get on your radar? And then again, the actually, before I even get into that, I will also just mention, like, I also think that a lot of the perception you might have about corporate culture and the business side is definitely like a cultural thing in certain organizations, but it's not completely the case everywhere. If you prove your management wrong, sometimes that is not, I'm sad to hear your story and your that experience, but I don't think that speaks to the company more than it speaks to the actual, experience of being a business person or person who works in business. So, so yeah, so I do like the quote though that you mentioned because I hadn't thought about it like that before. So, but now with Hunter College, going to UF, getting your degree and your triple major and then your PhD. What was that process?
So, when I realized I wasn't going to go to engineering school and went to Hunter, I wanted to be a nurse, actually. The reason for that was working in a restaurant growing up. I was very anti-union. I actually, at one point, was a scab,
Mm,
like a strike breaker, a replacement worker. Um, during my years as a delivery man and random kitchen worker on the Upper West Side of Manhattan. Um, and so I wanted to be a nurse because I wanted to break union nurse. I wanted to break nurses unions from the inside. I wanted to be a strike. I wanted to be a strike breaking nurse. Um, on my orientation day at Hunter College, the director of student advising, when I was picking who happened to be there helping students pick their class blocks and what they were going to do with their life, said something extremely sexist. He told me that he thought that I would be too good for nursing and strongly encouraged me to take, instead of nursing bio and nursing chem, pre-med bio and pre-med chemistry. And he told me that if I did well enough in those, perhaps I should consider being a doctor instead of a nurse, which set me on the path toward being a pre-med, and two, everything sciency around being an engineer, and set me on a march toward attempting to be a chief resident, on the grounds that I felt, still somewhat feel, that doctor salaries are too high, and I wanted to become a chief resident and enhance the throughput of residency programs in the United States to help lower doctor salaries.
mm,
And um, I would later get rejected from nursing school, or from every medical school I applied to, through a whole set of stories. But I wound up, as time went on, I realized that instead of, how people ask you, what your dream career is when you grow up. When I was little, my dream career was to be a bicycle messenger. I wanted to drive a pedicab. I wanted to drive a bike and be a delivery man. And I did that. When I was 17, I won a race that made me unofficially, at least in some small circles, New York City's fastest delivery man. I was a bike messenger. I
that's
went
a
to
big statement.
college.
That's a big statement. New York City's
I,
fastest delivery man.
yeah, I was extremely good at running red lights while carrying food.
I'm sure your mom loves hearing this while she's listening. So I'm glad that you were safe while doing all these treacherous activities. I
I
understand
got
the tension.
I got hit by 11 motorized vehicles in 6 years.
And you're here to tell about it. Nice, nice. Well, and again, I guess that was you living your dream at the, that
It
that was the
was.
dream.
There's a really good movie on this topic. It's called Premium Rush. It, more than any other movie, or any other more than any other portrayal of the bike messenger life, expresses, the on the one hand, the calculations that go into every interchange, and the multidimensional equation that is calculating where every person,
Mm,
car, door, bus, taxi, etc., is going to go, and having developing that spatial awareness, combined with an awareness that death is never far away when you're doing that, and perhaps one might not want to do it forever,
right, right.
along with a strong enjoyment of it,
Yeah.
and knowing that, it's a really impactful job for a lot of people, and you're helping move things, and you're being part of the efficiency that is New York City. And so as I transitioned out of that, as I realized that, hey, I'm good at science and I'm good at teaching, and I wound up running study groups in my first year, and then throughout the entirety of my undergraduate career, I wound up developing notes lists and driving the faculty crazy, and um, helping a lot of my classmates, while also being the underage kid for my entire undergraduate experience. Um, I went to UF by accident, having wanting to go pre-med. In order to get into a medical school, one must not only go through or do really well in one's classes and take some fairly difficult classes, but one must also get hospital experience, research experience, science experience that, in theory, help prepare a student for going through medical school and help ensure that the students that get into medical school are those truly interested in going to medical school.
Hmm.
I, having started college at 16, didn't manage to get myself into a hospital volunteer role for my first 2 years. And so, in the midpoint of my second year of undergrad, I did what I call a batch apply. I applied to every internship program, every research experience, every that was remotely science research related that I could find, every major undergraduate research program at the various major universities that I could find. I applied to 40 of them all over the country, all over the world. I don't even remember specifically applying to one in Gainesville, but I had applied through the National Science Foundation's Entry Point program, um, which is for students with disabilities. Me being autistic, I qualify for that. In fact, a bunch of the Entry Point kids are autistic. And that is how I got placed in the lab of the entomologist on crutches, Dr. Richard Mencken, at the United States Department of Agriculture in Gainesville, Florida. I had never been into Florida in my life. I biked and hitchhiked there when I was 18 years old. I still have a picture of my first ever entry into the state of Florida on a bicycle.
I think I've seen that. I
And
think I've seen that picture. I think that I've you've shared that picture with me before. I've seen it on the internet somehow. But yeah, you do a great job of documenting major moments and sharing them. So I respect that.
yeah, there was a while where I had like the first entry into Florida, the second entry, and like when I came back 2 years later, also on bike. And then when I departed for my postdoc, and then when I came back to start my permanent position here in Miami, where I live, um, I didn't think I would ever go to Florida. My family, we may be Jewish, we may be New York Jews, but none of my family, none of my living family lives in Florida. My middle name is actually named after the one member of my mom's side of the family who ever spent any time in Florida. And I think I mean, he was in like a bunch of places, but
It's a sign.
um,
It's a sign. It
there's a
was meant
sign.
to be.
Yeah, I found that out a couple years ago at a family reunion and was fairly proud of it.
That's funny.
Um, yeah, so I first came to Florida by accident. Did a 6 month internship in which I lived in the woods for 2 weeks and got out of paying rent for 6 weeks
Did
because,
did your
oh,
family know that you were living in the woods doing this stuff too?
yes.
Okay.
So I feel like I worried out my parents. I got my parents so used to the idea that I may be anywhere at any time doing anything that my mom just so internalized worry for me that she stopped being surprised somewhere along the line by it, because my mom is perpetually worried about me.
is a nice Jewish mom, of course, has to have that
Yes,
healthy level of worriedness, but then you
a
definitely
healthy
pushed
level
it.
of worriedness. But how do you have a healthy level of worriedness when your child runs away from your husband when he's 4?
Mm,
A healthy level of worriedness. I went to Philadelphia by myself for the first time when I was 9. I started walking 20 miles by myself when I was 12. I biked 60 miles for the first time when I was 8.
you're an
That one was with
explorer.
my dad, but still. I had memorized the subway maps and the bus maps of most major northeastern cities early in my teenage years.
You were a
And
numbtop
when,
before it even existed.
yes, I was.
Yeah, exactly.
And
Your
when
mom's
my
like,
dad
yep.
stole when my dad stole $2,000 from my room when I was 13, after I got expelled from my third school, I went to one of the nearby towns where I had hidden a bag of cash in the ground. And I used that money to go to Boston by myself.
You just had a casual bag of cash just planted in a spot just in case, and it worked
I
out.
had several.
And
It was several years before I finished pulling all of the cash that I had hidden around. I
it's
would
crazy.
periodically like find them and I was like, wait, didn't I bury money in this town? Where is it?
See, how do you still think that there are any that are outstanding that you have not
Oh, there
retrieved?
probably are.
Some person, some kids, some random construction worker is gonna start doing some digging and just realize that they're coming across some real value.
Well, it was
It's
never
amazing.
much. It was
Sure,
like
sure,
10 bucks,
sure.
20 bucks, maybe $100, depending on how often I was in a place. It was because I was it was because I was still an Orthodox Jew. I would go on 20-mile long walks on Saturdays, not carrying anything, not having any money, and I'd want to be able to get home after the Sabbath or the Jewish
Mm,
holiday ended. And so I had a, you know,
interesting.
$200 in hidden in West Hempstead, Long Island.
And so
Yeah, I
really
mean,
it was a functional experience for you to actually hide money so then you could just get back home if you ever needed to. You could actually like
yeah,
know where. So that's kind of interesting. Wow, okay,
yeah,
cool.
yeah. Like
You're not
if
just
I
out there
recall,
burying money just to bury money in places. You're actually just like, hey,
no,
functionally like, hey, if I ever need to get home, like hey, at least I know I buried it behind that sign over there.
yeah, exactly. Um, Not long before my dad stole that money, I had actually stuck an extra bit of cash in. Yeah, it was Long Island. Yeah, if I recall correctly, it was in my cousin's backyard, in West Hempstead, Long Island. I believe it was, and so yeah, when my dad took that money from me, I think it was the following week, we happened to go out there, and so yeah, I took some money
Yeah.
out, and a bus to Boston was all at $15. And the next thing you know, yeah, my dad is like starting to think that I must be getting my money from drug running. And to be fair, I did nothing to disabuse my father of this notion. I, for a long time, I was very upset at my dad for shipping me off to Israel, but I was a terror as a child. Like, I think of what I talked to I've probably known, I've had 1,000 students in my life. I've probably known or
Yeah.
had long conversations with 5,000 people.
And these are students you've taught as a professor at UF, I
Yeah,
assume. Yeah.
yeah. I mean, either taught as a teacher or taught
Hmm.
as a research mentor. I've probably had long conversations with 5,000, 10,000 people in my life. And I've never met, and I don't know anybody who has met, a person who did more stuff as a child than I did. Like, yeah, there are kids who actually were drug running, but most kids who are drug running don't have quite that level of, certainly aren't doing it on public transportation or in multiple states
Sure.
in the same way.
I
I
mean,
don't know. I mean, it's not a life isn't a measuring contest, but I was horrible to my parents.
so Yeah, and but I think a lot of the traveling that you did so like independently that definitely worried your parents out reflected or it reflects itself now in the amount of again just like the countries you've been to, the amount of times you've hitchhiked and the states you've been to, right? Like nearly all of them. So I mean, I feel like it's just like a there's a wanderlust there that I think do you feel like it just what isn't is it a social thing of just not looking at kids to try to travel independently, or you think it's more of just like a you were actually disobeying in a sense your family like your parents to like actually just go against like what was the motivator to be the way you were, I guess.
Well, then, I mean, I did so much traveling when I was a teenager that by the time I was a real teenager, my parents let me do what I want to within reason. Um, Having lived in Israel, and by the time I was done in Israel, being able to hitchhike my way across the country easily around the country, knowing my way around, it develops a fair bit of trust. I think the last major time I actually had to run away from my parent, from the last major time I really had to run away from home was when I was 16, and I had finished all my online classes, my online high school classes, and I wanted to go to Pittsburgh, and I used my one of my best friends as cover to escape my parents' house with my backpack and my tent, and I proceeded to bike and hitchhike to Pittsburgh over a week. And once I was about a day away from my parents' house, or once I'd made the decision to proceed forward, I called my parents and told them that I was heading toward DC. And when I told my parents that I was heading toward DC, my parents were from that point, yeah, okay, you've biked to DC before, you know how to get there, yeah, fine. Like
Yeah, there's a
to
comfort.
and I used to get stopped by police all the time when I was a kid. I got stopped by over 100 cops before I was 18 for being a runaway or a
Mm,
suspected runaway. When I was 17, I embarked on a 230-mile long walk and got taken in by the police in Wilmington, Delaware. Well, not taken in. I called it the Walk of the Treacherous Chabad because the Chabad house, the synagogue in Wilmington, Delaware, the rabbi called the police on me. Yeah, I still drag that rabbi's name through the mud. Um,
wow.
and they took me into the police station, and it's Friday night, middle of Rosh Hashanah, which happened to be Wednesday night, Thursday, Friday into Saturday that year. And when my parents would get calls on the holiday, they would be able to hear the beginning of the voicemail. And so I'm in the holding cell and the I can hear both the officer like calling and the other voice on the phone. And I hear the officer saying, starting the voicemail with, "This is Officer Novogrodsky from the Delaware State Police. We have your son." And my mother picks up the phone and says, "Oh, good, he made it to Delaware." And I just hear the cop stop because I had walked some 90, 100 miles at that point. And my mother was perfectly okay with me being in Delaware, even though I was under 18.
Hmm.
So my mother will always worry about me. Everyone's mother will always worry about them. But my mom trusts me. My dad trusts me. They like that I tell them where I am. Sometimes they wish I wouldn't tell them where I am because it makes them worry more.
Sure, sure.
Sometimes I acknowledge and respect that.
Yeah,
Sometimes, unfortunately, I don't.
yeah, that's fair. So with that, right? I think first it's I appreciate you sharing those stories, man. I don't think I knew half of what you were just sharing and talking about, which is fascinating. But again, it shows that again you do have a worldliness and a knowledge that is very grounded in like again how to travel and like how to actually be very independent. And I think that you've been like that apparently for a very very long time, and it's something honestly at this point that's pretty, you know, you can definitely be proudful of knowing the experiences you've had, that you can now feel comfortable that you had them. And I think that
Yeah.
that's fantastic. I think with what we've talked about, do you have any goals of like where you see yourself now, like within like 1, 3, 5 years, especially with what you've been kind of the experiences you've been embarking on?
So when I started work at my current position, I'm a research scientist at the US Department of Agriculture, and I love what I do. I love being a scientist. I love getting to have students. I love getting to work on projects and conduct research. And I like my projects. I think they're really interesting. I like my work. I like my field. That's why I stuck around in it for as long as I have. But I also know that I have a known tendency to piss off authority figures. I've had that tendency my entire life. And so I've never had a lot of trust in authority figures. And even though I'm a quite good employee, and even though I have a history of doing really good work, there's a part of me that will always operate from a scarcity model to some extent, and always have there's always a piece of me that always feels like someone's always trying to get rid of me in some way. And so um my position is under a 3-year probationary period. And when my as my position um, was starting out, and I realized, okay, well, I'm going to have these 3 years, and as I realized that they weren't going to make allowances for coronavirus having made it, so we couldn't enter the lab at all in the first 6 months of our positions. Me and the good friend of mine who started with a similar position at about the same time as me both felt that there's a decent chance they might try to get rid of us at the 3-year mark, which is to say in little under 2 years from now. And knowing that they may well try to, although I'm doing fairly well in my position, but they still might. Given that, I have to some extent made it my mission to try to become a millionaire by the time that 3-year period is up. Partly just symbolically. I have a bit of, because I learned when learning to socialize to live my life in a way that generates stories, and to try to like some extent live my life deliberately in a narrative way, because I learned to tell about it, and I learned that that's one of the ways by which I draw people to myself, um, with on the whole good intentions, but still it was a good adaptation on the whole, and so I've kept it. I have made it somewhat of a mission to, whether by official number or not, um, I decided to push on my real estate portfolio and actually expand in a way much more aggressive than I ever would have done myself on my own if it weren't for what became known as the breakup houses, followed by the market getting drunk, followed by this position and its probationary period. And so
Right.
my biggest goal for the next year is to rent out what I currently have. Is I think I'm now down to 21 vacancies in my organization, or my organizations, between the various organizations that
Entities.
are under my control. And so my biggest mission for the next year is to stabilize those houses and get them rented.
Hmm.
And then my 3-year goal is to do well enough in my position that they do want to keep me. And I think they will, but certain things aren't in my control. But
Right.
um, I like my position. I like being a scientist, and my 3-year plan is to be a good scientist and be outstanding in my field, and or continue to be outstanding in my field. I already fairly well am by most accounts. Um, and then, I mean, I'd like to find the right person and start a family, but I also like to tell myself that I've given up on that goal. But we'll see. One never knows.
I think with that, you never know what can happen at any moment in time. I think that we're still young enough, we have a whole life ahead to figure that out. And I think you put yourself out there enough where I feel like you're going to be able to come into contact with certain people who are going to be knowing the when
Yeah,
you're going to know it's going to
I will know.
yeah,
It'll be a
yeah.
thing.
So it is interesting to hear about the probationary period that you have, and how you're kind of focusing towards that. And I guess, as we go into the rest of the show, we're going to talk about, how you're working towards achieving your financial and personal goals in the next, little bit here in a couple years. Before we fully transition to talking about your budget, because that's the next section that we're going to start talking about is, we've really nailed a lot of, I think your history and your personality type, and like really getting like all the experiences that you've had from a very young age, just being in so many different places, being super independent, being really ready and able to get your hands, knees, and elbows dirty into figuring out like the gritty of like what needs to get done and when. And I think that this is all going to really be pretty cool when we are able to hear about your real estate experiences. But before we dive into all that, you did mention when you were a kid, like, very young, you had a lot of different experiences. But one specific question I have that I like to ask people is, do you remember your first memories around money?
My first memories around money. Um, well, I remember having um a few actually. I'm not sure which of these is first. One being when I was about 4. My dad and I and my sister were walking through Central Park, and we came across a homeless man who was singing and playing on his I think sax. Um, he we passed by him enough times on our various walks that we got to know him a little bit, and he encouraged me to go up to random people in front of a very nice restaurant across the street in Central Park and go up to them and sing Twinkle Twinkle Little Star and ask for a quarter. And I did so and got to keep a portion of said quarter. That's one of them. Another is I mean, my dad encouraged us to keep, you know, a coin jar and keep savings. And, my dad taught us from a very early age the differences between the prices of pasta at different grocery stores. My dad would take us shopping for the synagogue stuff because my dad is, in addition to being a cantor and an ordained rabbi, he runs the synagogue, um, and has since I was before I was born to a fair extent. Um, and so we would go shopping for the synagogue, and my dad would know the price of the various items. And
Mm.
if I recall correctly, my dad once, would encourage us to learn them too with him. And if you've ever been at a grocery store with me, you know that one of the first things I do is look to see you know, if any of the things worth buying are actually worth buying in an objective sense rather than just a do I want this right now sense.
Mm.
And so that's, my dad would do the same at the various fruit stands. And so if grapes were on sale, below, $1 a pound, my dad would buy a pile of them. If you've ever seen me when grapes are $1 a pound, you will have seen me walk out with about 10 pounds of grapes and eat them over the following couple days. I
Nice.
think in Cincinnati, in my last trip up to there a couple weeks ago, blackberries were 99 cents a box. And that is the day. That is the last time I ate 8 boxes of blackberries in a day.
Would not recommend.
I love it.
Okay, nice. So obviously we're talking about some groceries. We're talking about some as far as some of your memories. But I think what we'll do now is we're definitely going to talk about some of your actual budgets, your monthly budget, I should say. And so for everybody on screen now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to share Baruch's monthly budget up on screen, so you guys should have a full visual of that. And as we start walking through some of this, if you guys have any questions or comments or whatnot, feel free to add those into the chat here. And so what I'm going to do as well, I'm going to bring Baruch back up onto the screen, and I'm going to pull up that image. Bam.
Oh, God.
Right here. Cool. Apples and watermelon, your mom says as well. I'm not sure if you have any comments on apples and watermelons, but I think that when we're looking into some of your spending, there's definitely quite a lot to go through and work through, obviously. So for everybody who is just joining us and looking at this budget, obviously we have this in a pie chart format with a whole bunch of different numbers on the screen and percentages broken down. So as we go through all of this, Baruch, would you like to just walk us through on your end first?
So it's a bit weird for me. Like being somebody as dollar conscious as I've always been. Um, and my dad has gone from focusing on the different prices of items to my dad now dumpster dives. He is a proud freegan, and I am so proud of him for it. He's living his best life, eating watermelons out of dumpsters. It's excellent. I recommend it. Go to my parents' house in New York. He will feed you leftover cottage cheese from a dumpster, and you won't get sick, probably.
Probably. Nice.
Um, and so it's weird to me that my rent is sometimes less than I'm paying one of my guys or two of my workers for a day. I have to remind myself to go pay my rent, not because it's a question of do I have it, it's a question of how many other expenses of more than $750 did I make that day. And
Mm.
that's really weird to me because, yeah, $750 is my monthly rent. In 2022, I have spent more than $150,000 at Home Depot alone in my phone number alone. Like a Home Depot order is attached to my phone number, which is to say my Home Depot account. I just happened to be in my Home Depot Pro Extra Perks the other day.
Nice.
Divide that by
It's a crazy amount.
365 days, and you get that I have spent an average of more than $500 a day at Home Depot alone. Add in Lowe's, I've spent an average of more every day on Home Depot and Lowe's purchases than I have on my rent for a month. And so it's a little interesting for me to think of my monthly budget these days, which is really weird considering how anal I used to be about my monthly budget. And realizing that the credit card that I'll have my food and my food expenditures on is the smallest of all of the credit cards that I pay off on a monthly basis.
Hmm.
I am currently, I'm going to be posting this, that I currently have between me and my business partner's credit cards that I control. 190 and one other person who's letting me use his credit card because he wants to get a bonus for opening his credit. I have $190,000 outstanding on credit cards right now. I was supposed to receive $300,000 from a cash out refinance in a week and a half, which is just so absurdly large a set of numbers to me that I had to think about, okay, well, the actual expenses that are me personal. And rarely in my life have I ever not put half of my post payroll deductions income into savings. But that half of my post payroll deductions income gets stuck into as what winds up being a relatively small portion on a monthly basis, although it really does add up over time. Getting to keep my job and having income has been really supportive to helping me build all this real estate income and cash flow and flowing in every direction. And truly being put to work, like all of my deals, all of my deals have been profitable. I've yet to have an unprofitable one, which I'm due, but still. And part of that's the market got drunk. My biggest real estate mistake still made money, weirdly enough.
Timing, man. Timing
Timing.
is so important. But
Yeah, what's the name of our group? The Inflation
the
Posse.
inflation posse represent.
Yeah, we correctly predicted when interest or approximately when interest rates were going to rise and acted on them. I closed 10 mortgages in a single day, which again, insane to me. And so to look at my monthly budget, so I've never liked doing monthly budgets with taxes, insurance, and payroll being a part of the budget, because to me, it's you pay your taxes and your health insurance and your payroll taxes. Those are the things that you're required to do. And so all of that happens before I ever see the rest of the money. And so to me, I look at it as my income isn't 7,000 a month. My income is a little over 4,000 a month. And from that, a little under a quarter goes to rent, a little under a rent and car insurance, because I always have high car insurance premiums because I'm a notoriously aggressive driver. And then food, drink, entertainment is a little under a quarter of my income. And the rest goes into the finance side.
Yeah. So I assume before, with the notorious driving that you do, that might be somewhat influenced by the cycling around New York City, being the fastest delivery cyclist in New York City now, just driving around the streets of Miami, which is has its own cautions, I assume, too.
And
So,
learning from hitchhikes in third world countries and
sure.
Israel.
Yeah. 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 So yeah. So the I get let's start with rent specific. You did mention that you again it's crazy to think about how many other expenses you do have that are, you know when we say expenses in this context, it's more like, potentially more payroll and or more focused around the expenditures you have for rehabilitations on your properties. But for the more personal side of things, the rent that you have right there, um, does that include utilities as well?
Yeah, so I live in what I now refer to as the revolving door of roommates. I counted up. We counted up, and we realized we've had some 20 people have spent more than a week worth of nights under the roof of the house that I live in Western Miami. Yeah, I pay $750 a month for my room. That includes utilities and internet. And I mean, I'm also, my roommates know me as the roommate who's never home because I get home at like 9, 10 o'clock at night because I'm either in my office or doing something social on a regular weekday. And then on the weekends, 2022 will go down in history as in my diary as the year of never home. Because of 52 weekends in 2022, I left Miami for one reason or another, 42 of the 52, which is to say 80% of the weekends of 2022, I wasn't home.
It's crazy.
Yes, a lot of that has been to Texas, filling in for my,
It
at
was,
one point, I,
for real
for my
estate.
business partner, who I basically
Hmm.
had to treat him as though he had died to some extent earlier this year because he got so sick. Really unfortunate because he's one of my close friends. He's one of my best friends, and he had so many health issues that I had to just fill
Right.
in for him. And
You needed to actually, like, again, be in Texas just to, like, for your for a business purpose for real estate, and fly to Killeen and back, and do all you need to do. We have a couple questions that are coming in through the chat. Brendan, we will get to the investment shortly. Definitely stay on, and we'll definitely get there. Let's definitely get through some of the monthly budget stuff first. But Brendan, I appreciate you jumping in the chat, and definitely stick around. Um, and so, but yeah, so a lot of you're paying 750 a month in Miami, which is pretty damn good if I'm not mistaken. But being away so much and having your roommates again call you the never home roommate, obviously that can be a little bit stressful. But also on top of that, needing to be in Texas for real estate and work stuff. And I guess there's a lot of getting what I mentioned before, like pulling up the sleeves, getting dirty, and needing to know what gets done, and getting the work done. And so, but yeah, with the 750 a month rent, do you own where you're at right now as well? Interesting. So, and how did you find where you're at?
Facebook Messenger,
Love
sorry,
that.
Marketplace.
Marketplace. Yeah. Yeah. Awesome. Cool. And then, was there anything else you wanted to talk about with rent specifically here as well?
I mean, I like my house. I actually quite like where I live. Oh, so in July, no, not July, in like May, my roommate landlord, um, declared that he wanted to raise my rent. And he declared this to me and my other two roommates. One of them left within a week, was gone within a week. So when I first moved in, it was a classic, bar joke, a Mexican, a Nicaraguan, an Indian, and a Jew all live in a house. And we had a great time until 6 months, 8 months into living there, my room lord declared that he was raising our rent by 30%. One
Mm.
of my roommates was gone within a week. Me, first, I was like, I'm going to stay out the year. And I started looking for houses to buy. And I actually bought a house in Little Haiti in northern Miami that if my room lord hadn't changed his mind, room lord, by the way, is roommate slash landlord. A room lord is it's a word I made up that means roommate landlord. Roomnant is roommate tenant, just for
Mm.
context.
I like that,
So
the vocabulary.
my room lord wanted, was going to raise my rent, and first I said not right now, but at the end of the year, like at the end of the 1 year, sure, I'll start paying you more. If you really want to fight me in landlord court, you really want to fight an experienced landlord in eviction court, you can fight me. I encourage you. Good luck. Um,
Might have an experience or
um,
two. Yeah, yeah.
like I'm staying right here. I'm gonna keep paying you your 750 until the end of the year. You want to fight me on this? Good luck. And meanwhile, I started looking for a house. Found a house that had a demolition order on it, and got it under contract and bought it. I bought a house in Miami for $140,000. It has a demolition order on it. I refer to it as the condemned house. I'm in the process of getting it legalized. I'm in the process of getting the permits and everything. If my room lord hadn't changed his mind, I would have moved into it and set up a generator and lived in a house without electricity. But because my room lord did change his mind, because I'm now, one, a few years older, two, a bit more mature, and three, I have a fair bit more wealth than I did when I was a grad student living in a garage or a undergrad living in the woods. I've been homeless more than a year of my life, but I don't need to be right now. And I don't
Mm.
need to save that $750. I could if I wanted to. I totally could live in my own construction site or my, condemned unit that without electricity. I totally could, but I don't need to. And so when my room lord, well, so after my Indian roommate moved out over that rent increase, the next roommates who moved in were a middle-aged Cuban couple who, one, kept having their friends sleep on our couch, and two, wound up not paying their rent. Pretty soon, my room lord was really decided he'd much rather have me and my other roommate than get rid of us.
Hmm.
And first, he changed his mind about not raising the rent, but we were still planning on moving out. In fact, my other roommate was planning on moving out with me when
Hmm.
this house is done. But yeah, he went through we went through a couple of roommates before we found one that we like, who's an Ecuadorian dude, and now instead of three roommates, I have a fourth one too, who lives in half of our living room. That was on my encouragement that we have an extra roommate in our living room. And my room lord has taken to drunkenly begging for me to stay. He's not going to raise my rent, and I get to keep my $750. I played a game of chicken with my room lord, and I won.
That's a masterclass on how to successfully navigate a rent increase with your landlord slash room lord, and very well done. I mean, sometimes again on the and we'll talk about it soon, but like again, turnover is the whole thing, and it's kind of you never know if you do get people out of a you know house you own who might be the next person knocking, and so it seems like you've been able to build up some trust at least or some rapport, and it's interesting to see how the tables have turned, the turntables have turned,
On the
um,
turntables.
how the turntables. So yeah, and then um, what about you? You have car insurance and your phone bill. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
They're pretty standard, I think, but I don't know what car insurance really in South Florida it should be. But it is your car insurance, and we did talk about your very safe
Driving.
driving experiences. Phone bill makes sense. Do you carry like a unlimited data plan, or do you have any preference towards it?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
I need to. I have Verizon. I need it.
yeah.
Like, that's legitimate for, I mean, I could probably deduct it on my taxes if I cared.
It's for business, I guess. Yeah,
Yeah. I don't want to fight the IRS over, $10,
right.
you know.
Um, yeah. And then you said insurance and payroll. Would you want to
Yeah, health insurance,
got it. So and
payroll
you
deductions.
right. So it's basically every all the other insurances outside of car plus when you say payroll, what does that mean to you?
Yeah, so like, health insurance, vision insurance, dental insurance, they have, I mean, do I even know all? I know they're all each of them have a reason, but they're like payroll deductions that I don't even like see the money, so to speak. They're like I mean, Social Security is part of the Social Security tax is, part of tax, but like I don't know, there's like various benefits that we get deducted for because yeah, federal employee that we have three different kinds of retirement, I think. There's like Social
Mm.
Security, thrift savings, there's like a official federal, I don't know. There's payroll deductions. I'm
Got it. So you're saying payroll from what you're getting paid, not necessarily from what you're
Yes.
paying other people. Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
You do have a team that you manage for real estate endeavors, and so I was making sure so the
Oh,
payroll
no,
you
no, no,
have
no, no, no,
there.
no, 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 no.
Yeah,
No, that dwarfs that.
I
What I
know.
pay
It's just
my workers on a, I pay my workers in
yep,
total several times more than I get paid in a month. But then again, I have all my real estate rent that counteracts that.
sure,
And then there's, the occasional cash out refinance that
sure.
helps pay for all of that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Perfect. And then your retirement that you're going that you put
There's
towards.
savings plan, federal employee retirement. There's the federal benefit system.
Hmm.
It's
Cool.
complicated enough that I didn't even. I mean, I know the basics. I put in enough to get the employer match.
Yep. And then let's talk. And then the food, drink, and entertainment. All right. So is this? It's I assume food, drink, and entertainment. Is there any? Yeah. What do you want to say with this? Is this any? Are there any way that you consciously map to a certain number? Or is that just the most recent month's number that you were sharing, and or like an average or
It's
ballpark?
approximate.
Yeah.
So okay. When I really need to, and I have on many occasions in my life, particularly when I didn't have nearly as much going on, you know, when I'm at a point as I am now, again, never thought I did not think I'd wind up with this much going on. But like when I'm in running around like a crazy person around Colleen, dealing with my workers, should I really be cheaping out on myself over $12 beef bulgogi?
Sure.
Can I? Yes, absolutely. Spend any time at the Chabad House of Gainesville, Florida, and ask them about my tendency to eat free food. Few things I like more in the world than free food. They say that a Jew's biggest dilemma is free pork.
It's amazing. Yeah, that's a funny joke. So
Yeah,
yeah,
our noses
so
are big because the air is free. Um, you know,
so with the food, drink, and entertainment. So do you treat your how do you treat yourself often? Is there any leeway of just saying yes to things? Like what do you see when you say again we opened up the budget section talking about shopping in grocery stores, getting grapes and fruits.
mm-hmm.
Do you stick to like a grocery budget every month? Is there a certain when you go out to get drinks, do you have a certain limit that you set on yourself whenever you go out? Is there a certain amount of nights you go out every week? Like some of those conversations, like
Mm-hmm.
that's effectively your relaxing, fun budget for yourself. Um,
Mm-hmm.
how do you spend it, right? So like, what do you
So
prioritize?
I have three levels of like food and entertainment. Basically like three, you know, food and budget, like food and entertainment budget orientations. There's relaxed, there's paying attention, and then there's strict, which is like going off money basically. And so when I'm relaxed, I'm not really paying attention. Like I don't think twice before buying something that I want. Also, in part because I know myself, I don't usually go after very much expensive food unless I'm either with people, treating people, or with a woman. And so When I'm relaxed, I'm not paying attention to it. Right now, I am. Like right now, I'm relaxed when it comes to that. I'm not paying a lot of attention to how much I'm spending on food. If that $700 is $1,000, I'm still fine.
Okay. And so is
When I'm
seven?
strict,
Yeah.
that is me doing my utmost to not spend any money on food wherever possible. And so I did this a lot during grad school. When during career showcase weeks, I would make lists of all of the different information sessions, the student information sessions for all of the different companies, and that would have free pizza. I'd made calendar. I'm still an administrator of the university. I'm still a moderator or an admin, I think, of the University of Florida free food Facebook group.
Nice.
And so I would string together, knowing that every Friday night dinner was free, I would string together enough free food to make it through the whole week with barely paying for food at all. I have gone an entire month without ever paying for a meal. I have gone an entire month with my food, drink, and entertainment budget being zero.
How did
I have done it.
So what were some of the hacks? What were some of the ways you did that?
When school is in session, like when university is in session,
Sure.
and I could line up enough info sessions. The you as an Intel employee, you'd appreciate the Intel information session for the computer scientists, the Intel information center for the electrical engineers, the Intel information session for the business students. I would show up. I think that's where you and I met, was in a UF entrepreneurship club info session, general body meeting that had free pizza.
Gotta love the free pizza at universities, man. University club meetings. That's very much a major way that I definitely saved a lot of money for food. So I understand that.
And I would just, even when Ian wasn't bringing me to entrepreneurship club meetings, I would still show up and work in the back of the room on my, classes or my PhD stuff or whatever, eat the free food, occasionally listen to the thing, to whatever. When Alex Ordo was running the entrepreneurship club, ignore his various Christian stuff
Sure.
and eat.
I will say, E Club, Entrepreneurship Club, the club, as some people refer to it as, definitely had some great pizza though. Definitely had some great food.
Yes.
Definitely had some
Yeah.
great sponsor food. So shout out to University of Florida Entrepreneurship Club, E Club, the club, whoever. That's hilarious. We have Andrew Burkett, one of my great UF friends and entrepreneurial buddies. He was saying how he's lactose intolerant and still lived off of the pizza at UF. So you know, there's definitely again, it's one of those delicacies, I guess, as a student that you just knew that you could count on. And yeah, E Club was a good source of that for sure.
I
Um,
forget if I've actually met Andrew yet. He's either somebody I've met once or has been on my list to meet for a while. But
Andrew from 𝗿𝗲 Games. I actually have I have some of your comics and board games in right. I have them next to me. They're not in an arm's reach, but I do have your most recent Kickstarter. Yes, I'm sure that you
there you
guys have
go.
definitely crossed paths before, but maybe not formally. Um,
Um,
and so yeah, I think that's food drink. And so in Miami, what's it like trying to be in those three tiers? And in Miami at $700 a month ballparking, how do you feel like living that like your life there on this type of budget experience um, in those three categories?
so in Miami, I mean, the biggest reason why my food and entertainment budget isn't 2,000 a month, and I don't think I ever want it to be that, is that I don't live in Miami Beach. I avoid Miami Beach like the plague that it is. I treat it like it's a different city because for most purposes it is. It's got honestly worse food than a lot of the rest of Miami, and definitely less authentic food than the rest of Miami. It's where people go to spend money. The
Mm.
only time I go to Miami Beach is sometimes for dates. That's the only time I ever go to restaurants on Miami Beach. That's, I think, the only times I've gone to a restaurant in Miami Beach this year has been either for dates or seeing a friend, or seeing friends rarely, or to go get free food at there's a Jewish organization that happens to be in Mid Beach and offers free food on Tuesdays, most Tuesdays. Miami is actually a hard place to go strict on, like,
Sure.
not spending any money on food, because Miami is so dedicated to people coming here with their money to spend it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't fit Miami culture really. I proudly drive. So you notice there's no car payment on
Yep.
my budget.
Yep.
I drive 𝗿𝗲, which just passed 200,000 miles.
Congratulations, Mazel Tov.
It has Gorilla Tape over screws on 3/4 of the vehicle. It is delightfully sketchy. It's the most sketchy electric vehicle or plug-in-able vehicle that you will see, probably anywhere.
It has some battle scars, and yes, it is a sight that is honestly very impressive, and I'm glad that you've been able to carry it past the 200K mark. That is impressive. Um, and so yeah, so shout out to 𝗿𝗲, and that's awesome. And so, but yeah, you brought up 𝗿𝗲 for uh again.
As an example of, at the same time, there are, I'm also very cognizant of that, as my spare mother once put it, I want to marry an educated woman, and an educated woman is not going to be okay with sleeping on the floor of a bus terminal. And I think in all the discussions in my childhood, I didn't mention that, yeah, we would go to Boston for Thanksgiving and we'd go on a coach bus, on a Greyhound or Peter Pan or whatever. And my dad would be in the middle of the back row by the bathroom, and I'd be on one side, my sister would be on the other. We'd both be asleep in his lap. I have slept on the floor of bus terminals, but I have to be cognizant that if I'm too cheap, here especially, people will not just look down on me for it, but I'll miss out on things that will, in the long term, help me. And so I had to tone down some of my famed cheapness, because as much as I hate it, I have to not go into stingy Barukh mode. I can't go too strict on myself when it comes to spending, because I hate how class conscious and looks conscious this city is. But if I want to date as a 28-year-old, almost 29-year-old, and yeah, I need to trim my beard. I know.
It's a
But
beautiful orange bush you got there.
it really
It's
is.
majestic. Yes.
It really is. You can't take a you certainly can't. Okay, I can't say you can't, but I've found that trying to say, okay, I'm going to drive my super cheap car and, like, not going to spend anything on dates. That worked some when I was 20, 22. It doesn't work in Miami the same way. And that annoys me, but is also something that I have to keep in mind, because at the end of the day, the reason why I save up money. I started when I was 15 years old. I started setting aside a quarter of my income as my girlfriend budget, because even then, as cheap as I was when I was 15, I was still aware that most people aren't capable of spending no money on food in a month. And though I might be, I don't necessarily want all of my friends to be people who have been homeless for a year of their life. In fact, there have been a couple times when I've tried having. I once dated somebody who had been homeless for 2 years of her life. And I realized that homelessness correlates with a lot more negative things than growing up around wealth correlates with. I used to not want to spend time around people who grew up around wealth because I felt that they would, one, look down on me, or two, not relate to me on some of these things. And do I, I love you dearly, David, but you and I are never going to nerd out quite the same way on the differences in the price of pasta as, say, I will with my father. And that's okay. And that is a choice that I've made to value the things that I have in common with you and with my other good friends who are doing well in their lives. I mean, my best friends are by and large solid, good, successful, interesting, good people by and large. Um, you know who I'm referring to. Um, but so when it comes to that part of budget, I care more about the quality of the people I have around me
Mm.
than I do about whether it's $700 or $1,000. I have consciously allowed myself to say, okay, I'm successful. My income, my main job income, has gone from 18 to 25K a year as a grad student to 48K a year as a postdoc to 87, 84, now 87 to in after January is going to be 91K a year as a research scientist. And my real estate income has been battling for supremacy with my main job, my non-main job income and my main job income. 25K, then my non-main job income beat it. 48K, it doubled. My non-main job income beat it by the time I was done with it.
Yeah.
And so, as somebody who, if I actually look at like what my net income in a year is for 2022 and for 2021, if I include appreciation, I'm in the ballpark of $250,000 in income. I have made the choice to, yeah, okay, I'll throw an extra 300 or whatever at my food and entertainment budget to avoid, for the sake of a bit of a concession to the appearances.
Mm.
Do I hate it? Yeah. Do I Does a big part of me think that it's dumb that people judge me for the state of my car? Absolutely. And yes, I still have not fixed the now really long set of cracks across my windshield. By the way, I lit my menorah in my car on Friday night. It partly melted my windshield. Now there's a crack all the way up to
Oh
there's
no.
now cracks over 70% of my windshield.
Well, happy Hanukkah, and you might need to get that checked out.
I had been specifically not doing it partly because of the personal brand that comes with it.
Mm.
But you and I were talking about what the title for this show ought to be. the homeless landlord scientist. Homelessness has been such a part of my personal brand for so long. But, and being the homeless landlord, being the homeless, but I'm as time goes on, like, and the more time's gone on, and even over the last couple of days, even over the last day, I'm like, I'm not really homeless anymore. I made the choice this year to actually pay rent, to actually have a home, even though I'm never home. Like, yes, absolutely. 750 a month times 12 months is $9,000. I've been gone 42 weekends out of 52 in 2022. I absolutely could have gone without paying rent for most of this year if I'd wanted to. But I make enough money that I can now finally say, okay, I can afford 750 a month in rent.
Hmm.
I pay less rent than most of my workers do.
Yeah. No, I mean it's an interesting progression and evolution that you have embarked on since again walking hundreds of miles as a kid to now the homeless encampment in Gainesville where you were, what was your title?
Deputy mayor.
The deputy mayor of, was that the tent city off of Hawthorne Trail? Yeah, so being deputy mayor from Hawthorne Trails, tent city, to now, you know, having your real estate experience and you know accepting where you're at and understanding and prioritizing some comfort and some luxuries to for social and overall life uh, enjoyment. I think is kind of where you're getting at, and I think that it's a unique journey that you've been on, and it's great that you're here, and who's to say you like it or don't like. How do you, with the reflection you've had and what you've just said, how does it feel to be in the position you're in, having had those previous experiences?
Um, I mean, I don't know. I feel like I'm still the same human, but I don't know. I've always valued being able to change and like being willing to listen to the people around me. Like, I don't know. It's weird that to me that I'm even considering like selling Voldemort or taking it to Texas for its eventual retirement at any point other than when it dies. Could I take Voldemort to 300,000 miles? Probably.
With pride.
With pride.
With
I would be
pride.
very proud to drive that thing 30,000 miles a year, as I have in the last 2 years. Do that for 3.5 years. Yeah, if I did that for 3.5 more years, I would have that car to 300,000 miles. And I, unless the big hybrid battery goes,
Hmm.
I could probably do it. It's a 2012.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I could continue to haul bathtubs inside it and strap 20-foot 6x6s to the top of it and continue to have it look like it's been used and truly used.
Let's see if we just have
But
a picture of Baltimore. That'd be funny.
oh, I mean,
Oh
here,
no.
let me oops. Let's see. I mean, if you go on my if you go on my profile and you search Voldemort, you'll find some pictures.
If you
Here, I'm gonna go ahead and send some of these to you.
I do see. This is I'll share my screen shortly for everybody else who's patiently waiting at home. All right, so let me share the screen here. So we have, this is everybody. This is 𝗿𝗲, and in all its beauty. I think you just posted this one. Or you just sent me this picture to show. Yeah. Everybody meet
I
𝗿𝗲.
have, I have now sent you several pictures now.
There we go. That's you.
There you go.
Loading in all of these incredible. I don't want to know how much you've hauled in with 𝗿𝗲, but it is.
I mean, so if you go to that picture to that picture you just had up, oh, that not that one. Well, I mean, so that's a bunch of concrete getting loaded into the back of
Yeah,
it.
yeah, the concrete.
The one with the really long piece of wood, that was a 20-foot long 6x6. That's like about little under twice the length of the car. The first one I sent you.
Yeah, right here. I just pulled
No,
it
the
up.
first one.
Yeah, give it a second.
The one before it. Oh,
Yeah.
other direction. Yeah. The one with the really long piece of wood. Yeah, that one. Um, that's a 20-foot long 6x6 that I used to lift and jack up the second story of my apartment building in Daytona Beach. I drove that strapped on top of my car like that past multiple police officers who like didn't even try to come after me. They just I watched as their heads
Just
like turned,
turned
like
away.
open mouth, like
Uh-oh. Uh,
what is that man doing
some Final
with that
Destination
car?
stuff. Yeah.
It's just such
This is the tape right here in the back
the
part.
tape,
Yeah.
the tape. I don't think I don't know if any of those pictures have the what my current driver's license or what my current license plate on that car is.
Yeah, I think you're good. But
But
yeah, it's
yeah, no,
shout out to 𝗿𝗲. Obviously, it's a legend
shout
of a
out to
vehicle, a
Voldemort.
legend of a
It,
Chevy
it, it
Volt here.
truly is. It
So
truly
oops,
is.
let me yeah, budget.
Yeah.
Yeah, amazing, amazing. And so to bring it back, we have some taxes here, and we have other slash finance. Um, Taxes are taken out of your payroll. Sorry, taken out of your 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 salary. I assume that's what you're kind of accounting
uh,
for that. Um,
yep.
is there anything else in taxes there as well, or is that pretty much what you mean by like
No, that's just regular income
that's
taxes.
yeah? And then other in finance. Tell us more about that.
So that the rest, basically, what's left, goes into helping fund the real estate side of my life, which is to say, I am lucky to get to and fortunate enough to have a proper job that I can use I don't have to support myself with my real estate. Like my real estate stuff is very much a side hustle. I like it that way.
Mm-hmm.
I like that I don't have to depend on other people to pay my rent or I, work. And if I didn't work this job, I'd work another job.
Right.
I'd go stir crazy if I tried to do the passive income. I'd get bored sitting.
Yeah, it sounds like your goal isn't to do real estate for the passive income right now. Your goal is to, you're still working, you're still making means meet even without the real estate. The real estate
Yeah.
is something that you're excited about, that you're able to have that, a foundation to keep building from, that you'll enjoy at some point soon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it provides a good amount of security that
And
if I, you know,
so
if they if things go badly, I have, you know, a whole second career.
yeah.
And I like having three careers. I enjoy having three careers. I narrowed down from the 5 job summer into three careers that I'm kept up and I'm keeping up.
Yeah. Yeah. Great. And I mean, I think let's just dive into your investments, and then we'll keep the real estate conversation going. Um,
Yeah.
and so, if we go into your monthly investment right here, I'll actually bring that up for everybody to look at. It's a very exciting pie chart with 100% being allocated to real estate here, and openly, this is by design. To your point, you are pretty confident with what you've been doing and what you can do and what you've done with real estate so far, and there's a lot of um, you know there's been a lot of your time, energy, and motivation to continue building and getting smarter with real estate. I think that with this, talking now about your investments, we spoke about how you bought your first property completely on credit cards. And then we also have a question from the chat about how you're able to scale up so fast. And I think like scale up your real estate empire basically so fast. I think there's a lot of opportunity here to really dive into this at this point and really,
Mhm.
hear your perspective on the journey that you've been on. And I think you did start at the intro telling us about the story that ended up getting you into real estate from the car apartment, through the 𝗿𝗲𝗹 saga. But I think now is where I'd really love for you to share that story from really your inception of even thinking about real estate as an option to now being, fully ingrained and actually, you know, dedicated to it. So start from the beginning.
So I got into real estate very opportunistically. At no point in my life have I ever said, I am going to go into real estate and then did it. And when I advise that people keep coming to me for advice on real estate, so I guess I must be pretty good at giving advice on real estate. Considering how many people I've helped with their houses, I guess I'm pretty good at it. Um, and so I never, I'm a proponent of house hacking. I bought my first house. I bought my first duplex because I knew that, I mean, it was a math problem. I knew how much cash I had. I knew what I had a good idea of what I could expect renovation money to be. And the reason I had that expectation was, I happened, the car apartment was the garage of one of my best friend's grandparents. Said best friend Ian's parents, I refer to as my landlord mentors. They've also adopted me as an extra child. And I've adopted them as a whole family, and I spent Christmas with them despite being Jewish. And I realized that the kids actually consider me an extra uncle, which was not something I realized was actually the case and was really nice.
Very nice.
But this is again 5 years on from this. Um, when so I bought that first house because I realized that, hey, I can borrow this money on cards. If I can get, and I had talked to some mortgage bankers, and they were like, yeah, if you once you get this no longer burned out, here are the terms of the mortgage you can get.
Hmm.
And so I had a plan, and I had a guarantee from Ian's parents that if I, for whatever reason, didn't want the property, they would buy it from me for whatever I paid for it.
And that's also obviously a great conversation and a great thing to have. Great, you know, baseline, foundation to build from. Before
Yeah.
we talk about so with the credit card conversations in the banks, how did that work? What was that discussion on their end?
Um, like as in between me and the banks.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm a I'm of the belief that everybody should churn credit cards for rewards because there's little downside, relatively speaking. You absolutely can get, five new credit cards every 2 years, 2 or 3 a year, get, $600, $500, $300 from each of them.
Sure.
I think that checking account bonuses and credit card bonuses are something that everybody should get.
But you bought it. You bought the house with credit cards from credit card debt or
From
from.
credit card balance transfers, from 0% interest
Mhm.
bonus, or from 0% interest intro periods, which is a sweetener that credit card companies will throw at you in the hopes that you'll, not pay it off within the 12 months or 15 months or 18 months, depending on the card.
So the
So if you can
way.
make a plan and plan around it and make sure that you pay it off in time.
Sure.
And given that I was a grad student and I had a guarantee that my job was going to be stable and steady for at least the next year, for the next 2 years. So I knew beyond a reasonable doubt what money I was going to have coming in when. And so I could do the math problem.
Mhm. And
And I had a way out if I wanted it, in the form of being able to, I had more than one. Ian's parents weren't the only ones who I had asked, hey, I at the time, how you get like
the
these
mailers, the phone
pop-ups,
calls. Yeah.
well, not just when you drive around a town, you'll see, hey, like we buy houses. I
Mm.
called one of those and described in general terms the duplex that I was about to buy, that I was under contract to buy. And I asked them if they would buy it from me for somewhere around that. And they said, yeah.
Easy.
So I knew that my max loss was capped by, maybe $5,000 in total.
Mm.
Because I was buying something that what I was doing was buying something in such a way that I lowered my standard of living. When I rented out the car apartment and lived in the burned unit, it meant that I had no rent payment whatsoever at various points.
Right. Right.
And
So.
so I could put all of my cash into paying down my credit cards. When I coupled not paying rent anywhere because I rented out the car apartment, or during the period when I was, still not having to pay anything for the car apartment because I'd already put that money in the prior year in the construction of it. And then living off of only free food from Entrepreneurship Club. I think that semester, because it was fall of 2017, that semester, yeah, I think that's the semester I got into trouble with the engineering clubs at the University of Florida, because I made a document listing every single free food opportunity, every
I
single
remember
info
that.
session,
I remember
and
this.
I
Yeah.
posted it publicly. And the next thing you know, there's like 50 kids coming to every one of them, doing what I did. Because one of the differences between me and one of my best friends, and Ian, one of my best friends, is that Ian liked to say that he would open a door for him to get through, but only
Hmm.
him, because it's much easier that way. You don't have to change a rule, and so there's a lot less resistance. I've always liked to open doors in such a way that a bunch of people can also go through and do the same thing.
Sure.
Gets me
Yeah.
into trouble sometimes.
And so that's where you were able to open up all the free food benefits for literally every other student to take advantage of. Um,
Yeah,
so
which they
so
didn't always like so much.
so just to summarize though as well, you basically again were able to purchase the house off of credit card debt that then you're able to utilize the 0% interest rates to do balance
Yeah.
transfers and pay off over time. And
Yes.
then while going through that process, you were also able to have somebody else, a who happened to be a family and a family friend, to potentially buy the property from you if things went south on your end financially or other. And you also had a separate backup plan where you did have one of those signs that you called that we buy homes for cash people who also validated the price point as well for the property that you were about to purchase. Um, which is a very cool way to really get into it, especially for those that really are concerned that they don't have the actual funds, they don't have the actual money. Was that first deal, what percentage did you have down on it, and what kind of property was it categorized as far as like primary, secondary investment or other?
Um, okay, so I didn't get a mortgage on it at the time
Okay, cool. That's good to know.
because,
It's
credit
cash and
cards.
credit cards. That was
Yeah, it
exactly what
was
I was thinking. I
cash.
was like,
What
yeah.
I did was I put it was a cash purchase. I mean, I
Mm.
could probably find the HUD and send it to you. Um, I mean, I guess maybe I should have given you all of the HUDs.
No, you're good. You're good. Yes. So that makes sense. So because that was one of my opens was like, yeah. So if you bought it on credit cards, yeah. So it was a cash purchase that you financed through credit cards.
Yes. Yeah,
Interesting.
I mean, so the purchase itself, I had 40 grand in cash. I only needed about like 15 grand in cash from credit cards for the purchase,
Okay.
but I needed renovation money.
Right.
And so over the course of those first 6 months, as I did those renovations, I borrowed more and more on 0% cards.
Interesting. So
So it wasn't all on this first day. On the first day, I took, I probably took 25 of it right there, right then and there, and then took another 15 later, something like that.
yep. So that makes sense. I think what I'd love, yeah. So that makes sense. And you just kept rolling it over as you needed.
Well, I didn't need I didn't roll in it didn't roll it over because I got a mortgage on it, primary residence duplex, cash out refinance at the 1 year mark.
Got it. So again, the cash purchase that once you're able to actually do a cash out refi, you did, and then therefore transferred into a mortgage at that point moving forward.
Yeah.
Yeah, very cool. Very interesting. Um, so now what I'd like to do is pull up your schedule of real estate owned and
Yes.
would love to have you just walk us through that. The way that it's situated, from if I'm looking at it and reading it correctly, is that the bottom is the oldest and
Correct.
the okay. So I'm going to share my screen again for everybody, and we will walk through this for all of our budding real estate investors and people who are excited about um, your story of how you got into real estate itself. Um, so I'm going to pull up this Chrome browser right here. Um, and actually, what I might do, um, so I'm going to also just say I might create a whole new view here so we can actually just put this full screen, which I hadn't done before. Let me just do, I'm going to create a full screen for everybody. This is going to be real time. Uh,
So the bottom one, what's number 24 on here? That 2114 Northwest 55th Boulevard, units 35 and 36. That was the burned unit, that duplex. That was my first property. Um, and I bought it in September of 2017 and I refinanced it after a year in fall of 2018. And a bunch of of those refinance proceeds I actually turned around and lent out to another investor. Um, actually, specifically Ian's parents, or my landlord mentors. Um, and as time went on, something weird started happening that as I've bought property, people have trusted me with their money.
hmm.
Again, not a thing I ever thought would happen. But at this point, people have been lending to me for 4 years. Like friends, people I know, my network. As much as I hate the idea of your network is your net worth, because I don't like to treat people as though they're
Sure.
commodities. Um, and so, in addition to getting, cash from my properties, I have borrowed on properties, both from banks and from people.
Right.
I can't call myself a bank because that's you have to have a banking license to call yourself a bank. But
The
I
the Bank of
borrow
Baruch.
from people.
Yeah.
I the Bank of Barukh
Yes.
unofficially, but I pay people decent returns.
Yeah.
And so people have been lending to me
And so they've been
for a
lending.
while now.
So they've been lending to you, and then as a result, you've been able to actually compound that growth even faster using OPP or
Yeah,
OPM, right? Other people's money, right?
other people's money, which
So,
again, I hate that concept.
sure.
But
But
yeah, so
at the same
so
time, what I was just say is like, yeah, I know that again, based off of this incredible conversation we've been having. Obviously, you're a very like selfless, like giving type of person. So these types of concepts, like obviously, it just doesn't rub you the right way. But at the end of the day, a lot of that experience of like I've lent you money, right? Is like you're actually helping me find a better use for the money than any other potential investment would be at the time. And I trust you enough, again, through doing the work that you've been doing to be smart about it, right? And again, there's that risk that I take on by doing so, as one of those people you're referring to. But also at the end of the day, you are able to be knowledgeable and experience utilize your expertise and your experience now that you've been doing this for a while to actually make the best use of it on your end too, right? And you've been pulling through even consistently on the other end too. So, but what I'd love to have you do, I'm going to go back full screen. Let's walk people through this spreadsheet, and then I want you to kind of just your spark notes of the story from we have 24 deals here that you've been able to you know work through that you've experienced. Walk us through each of these like deals, but like again, we'll spend time on you don't have to go into detail on every one of them right now, but we'll go back and touch on some of the more exciting or interesting ones that you feel is important as we revisit. All right, so uh,
well, the next story on this would be numbers 22 and 23, which are the Homosassa sagas. And for that, I feel like I can do this best justice by I'm in the process of almost done with my first book, which is about the Homosassa sagas, titled "Sex, Drugs, and Real Estate." And so I'll start from here. from my prologue of my book. Imagine a world where you can have sex whenever you want, with a whole bunch of women to choose from. A world with your own security guys, your own servants who will work for you for virtually free. An exciting world of drama where you never know what's going to happen on a given night. One could say that this sort of existence has been the objective of colonial white men for hundreds of years. Or how? The objective of any man who thinks himself to be an alpha leader of a pack with his choice of the lot. The world of an alpha wolf, a pride-leading lion. The world that so many modern incels seek to form about themselves. If you were a horny 20-something man, would you want to have that world? There are a lot of men who would say yes to that question. But what if I told you that the cost of entry into this world was to become a provider of drugs and a host of their users? Would you still join that world? Would you at least consider it? In this book, my former business partner, Cody, and I tell the stories of our experiences in this world in which Cody became the leader of 2 trap houses, and I had the great fun of owning the houses in which he conducted this extended drug-fueled orgy. So the cliff notes on those 2 houses. Cody and I were friends, and now I'm like kind of scrolling and giving a Spark Notes version of my own book, which is currently like 20 some odd single space pages.
Nice.
That I bought these partly on credit cards too, but I bought them with the idea being that I was going to lease option them to him. I bought them planning on selling them to him. He couldn't qualify for mortgage. For, again, if you want me to go further into this, I can go into it. I actually have mention of Valdez in this story somewhere, because
Nice.
it was,
A
I
part of
happened
that
to be
time.
talking to, it was at the same time, and I happened to be talking to I happened to be talking to the lender that I
Uh,
helped you get your mortgage with about Cody.
yeah.
Um, so at the time, he couldn't qualify for a mortgage to buy these 2 properties. Um, and so he had reached out to me because I'd never been to Homosassa, Florida. It's an hour south of Gainesville, and I had never gone there or anything of the sort. I think I went to Crystal River to go swim with the manatees, but I had been to Cody's house before previously, but I had never thought of like buying with him until he asked me to help him get a loan. And I'm
Mm.
like, I can't. He's like, is there anything you can do? And I'm like, maybe I could work out something where I primarily am buying this for you to buy, but have the ability to, one, make some money too, and two, I was strongly advised by my landlord mentors that I needed to set up the contract in such a way that if he didn't pay, I could take the property myself. Cody got all of the cash he put into this deal within 6 months.
Wow.
Cody and I both made money off of this, even though Cody wound up getting himself addicted to and surrounded by meth. When I say he hosted an extended drug fueled orgy in these 2 houses, I mean it. I have pictures.
Mm.
And when I say neo Nazis, I mean they drew swastikas on the door when they knew I was going to come over.
I remember the pictures. Yeah. Interesting.
And yet, 4 months after I bought these 2 houses, I applied for a mortgage for him. I helped him apply for a mortgage to buy one of them from me
I remember that. Yeah.
because I was doing it at the same time as
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
as I did your purchase.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I think if I search in the Homosassa sagas for Valdez, there you
It'll
go.
probably come up.
So on the Tuesday evening after, while buying that land with me is almost definitely a profitable move, and we'll talk about the land because it's the next one up. It would drain all of Cody's remaining cash and leave him quite cash poor. It was high time for me to get Cody's cash stores replenished. I decided that even though it would mean me missing out on income, it was time for me to have Cody get his mortgage. So on the Tuesday evening after Memorial Day, a day after going under contract on the Valdez house, I drove down to Homosassa. There's a brewery that just opened 3 blocks away from Narcissus Lane and Fern, from the Narcissist Fern, as I called them. At that bar, I began Cody's new round of mortgage applications. While Cody's credit hasn't improved since February, due to some utter stupidity on his part, this round doesn't require the same level of credit as was needed at the time. In February, he was trying to buy 2 houses, one of which is an investment property with a tenant in it. When the 2 houses were $58,000 for the tenant-occupied house on Fern and $19,000 for the unoccupied house next door on Narcissus, that was a problem. Mortgage originators won't write conforming mortgages for less than around $50K. Nowadays, it's like 75. And investment mortgages require, it's still 50 sometimes, if you know where to look. And investment mortgages require a higher credit score, so Cody couldn't qualify for one despite his tenant being fairly reliable, which is why I bought them. But the Narcissus house was never worth only 19K. I had a feeling it was worth more like 60, and Cody would qualify for mortgage on the Narcissus house at 60K as a primary residence despite an abysmal credit score. And here you get into some of my relationships with banks.
Yeah.
Chase is my go-to bank because of their technology. I've converted you to Chase, I believe.
I do like Chase.
They make it easy to transfer money around. They side with me when I need to dispute charges. They have great credit cards, and they let me use and abuse their notaries. A bunch of the mortgages that you'll see on here, I notarized at their branches. I have repeatedly given them the opportunity to compete for my business as a lender. Only once have their rates and fees been competitive, and this was that instant. On a visit to deposit a check at my Chase branch, I noticed a placard for a grant to home buyers in low-income areas. It took me an hour on the phone with Chase, but I verified that the 2 houses in Homosassa are both located in such an area. Chase offered at the time a $2,500 grant toward the purchase of a home in that area. If Chase gives that to Cody, it'll nearly zero his closing costs. Chase did that thinking they were going to get a bunch of, buyers in California where, $2,500 is, 0.25% of the value of a house. They didn't quite count on people like me getting people mortgages on $60,000 houses. But anyway.
Nice. Yeah. Honestly, I appreciate reading this segment of a snip from your book. When are you anticipating it? Do you have any timelines yet for it before we continue?
So the only reason why it's not already out is Cody has been flaky. Cody, who is now on the run from the law, I believe, has been flaky about sitting down for an interview with me or
Mm,
like letting me do a Zoom interview with him.
got
I
it.
would never turn him in, but and I don't know where he is, and I don't need to know where he is. We can do a Zoom interview, but I don't know, for whatever reason. I may have to write it
Complications.
without him. Like, I may just have to
Complications.
say, like, one day there will be a second edition of this book that has the interviews, but for now, I'm going to write my knowledge of his side of the story.
Right. Right.
Um,
Right.
but there's a big part of me that would love to have, an audiobook and the combination of my New York accent and his Southern drawl. Yeah.
Got it. Yeah, makes sense. So again, so we have the Gainesville units.
Yeah, so
You have
the
the
Gainesville duplex. So as you can see, the that house on Narcissus, number 23, I sold to Cody. I bought for 19K and sold to Cody for 60. And when we closed, I gave Cody most of the proceeds to
mhm.
I gave him every penny he'd put into the thing. So yeah, at 6 months after purchase, Cody was paid out. He owned Narcissus, I owned Fern. And I was planning on just renting Fern to Cody, and Cody would rent it out and keep the profit.
It did not happen.
But then Cody got himself fired from his job for doing meth and being up all night and then sleeping during the day and sleeping through work. And then he kept having meth heads over. He wound up not paying me. And so I had to file
Mm,
eviction against him from Fern and wound up having to get it rented and sold myself.
interesting. And but I mean, at least you and Cody still maintain somewhat of a communication. But
I
uh,
mean, yeah, because like if you look at number 21, that is a piece of land, 4572 West Oxford Street in Denellen. That's a piece of
mhm,
land that Cody and I bought between the purchase and the sale of Narcissus.
hmm,
And I actually bought that. My section, my portion of it was actually bought on a joint venture with another friend of mine. But Cody wound up in prison for, among other things, meth possession, and he put his hands on one of the meth head women. Um, and when he
hmm.
got out of prison, a month after he got out of prison, I got that piece of land sold. So a month after he got out of prison, he got $25,000.
That's a pretty good fair shake. It's
Cody absolutely came out ahead for his having known me.
yeah,
And I tried, like, and this is all stuff that is in my book because it was hard. I didn't have any experience in drugs. I have sections of my book that talk about, like, yeah, I didn't think of cocaine or meth as any different from someone smoking weed. Because, yeah, do you? You do you. I think I have a section in here where I talk about, like, doing drugs are like between you and God. What drugs you do, it's between you and your mind. Like, yeah, you want to smoke weed, you do you, man. I'm not into it, but you do you.
right,
Um, I'm not a stoner myself, but I don't care if somebody else is.
right. So tell us about the, we spoke through four of these 24 properties. I want to make sure that I'm gonna go full screen again. I want to make sure there's audio when I go full screen again because I don't think I did that with the first time. But I'd love to hear more about the other 20. So give me one moment as I go full screen. And I'm going to pull your audio in as well. Say some words. I'm gonna make
I
sure. All right, perfect. Yep,
words,
yep.
some
So
words.
I think that we have your audio here too. Perfect. So yeah. So keeping going up the
Okay,
list. So you
going up the
you
list. So the next pair of the next one is a pair of houses in Gainesville, on 8th Ave. The 8th Ave houses. I bought that under a conventional. That's probably my most conventional purchase. I bought with actually 20% down. I bought a pair of houses on a single lot and lived in one periodically, rented out periodically, lived in it periodically, rented it out periodically, rented out the car apartment periodically while working on the while people were living in the other, then did the same with the other. Um wasn't my greatest work renovation wise. I definitely could have done better, but I was learning. Like I definitely made some mistakes on that renovation, but
and what kind
they're
of
functional.
renovation did you do on that one specifically?
That's the one where I dug the plumbing lines myself.
And you also had another ceremonial flush there too,
Yes,
didn't
I
you?
did. I had
Nice,
two ceremonial flushes
nice.
because I
And
added an undocumented bathroom there too.
so yeah, so I guess what I do want to do is I want you to like kind of again spark notes
Let's
the
go a little faster.
the 20 and then with a focus on the money, like how the money worked through this as well. Did you roll like the proceeds of one into the next, and or was it through the OPM kind of experience where you're leveraging people's lent money to purchase and rehabilitate these properties? So like, as we're working through each of these properties again, like was it, when you sold and flipped one of the properties, you took the proceeds and then added some of your own cash to buy a new property, and like how did that work, and how do we work? Because right now, up until this point, we started the story with the Gainesville houses back in 2017, nearly 5 years, like just over 5 years ago. Um,
Mm-hmm.
and then there was a ramp where you had the Homosassa sagas that were near the beginning of 2019 here, obviously into 20, like in, that was 2019 basically for you. And then from then on, once we get past the 𝗿𝗲 sagas and the plot of land that you had purchased with Cody, then from here, like this, these 3 units, it looks, is this 3 units or 2 units? The Gainesville and Eighth Ave,
Gainesville, that's two.
two. All right, so
And
you
you'll
have
notice that all of my properties other so I sold all of my properties other than those two houses in Gainesville by March of 2021.
right. So
So I finally sold my duplex in North Gainesville, that first property I had ever owned. And I had sold that house on Fern Place in Homosassa, and I sold that piece of land.
hmm
And so what happened was, toward the end of 2020, I was dating somebody who seemed a bit determined that, or whose family in particular seemed a bit determined that I needed to earn a bit more money. The direct quote from my ex's mother is that $100,000 a year income, which is to say what a faculty member can hope to make, that $100,000 a year income is pigeon shit. And that is a direct quote from the mother of the person I was dating at the time.
hmm
The girl I was dating at the time told me that just being a successful, happy faculty member wasn't going to be enough for her. And so I had a decision to make. And this is what became known as the story of the breakup houses. She had told me that she needed me to make more money and thought that I should do some more finance work. And she hated my best friend, and she felt that he isn't a good person and isn't a moral person, and really didn't want me to buy any properties with him. But meanwhile, I had helped Ian buy his first house because I was at that point involved in mortgage stuff. And I helped Ian buy what's now a triplex in Killeen. And I was in the process of helping with what eventually became the purchase of the RV park. And I had even made a finance email that I shared with Ian and still have unto this day.
hmm
And the girl I was dating really didn't like that and didn't like him. And things between her and I weren't going well anyway. We wound up living in an RV park, or living in an RV for 6 weeks to figure out if things were going to work out in our relationship or not. And then a set of 5 houses came across the email that Ian and I shared. And I had a decision to make. I realized that those 5 houses were priced so well that buying those houses with Ian, I knew I didn't want to do it myself because they were in Texas and I didn't live in Texas. I don't live in Texas.
hmm
Having Ian as the in-person partner and me as the distance partner, knowing that I had that money coming from the properties I was under contract to sell, I made the decision that, given the girl I was dating felt that I really needed to earn a bunch more money, and I knew that anybody else that most other people I could want to date would also want me to earn a bunch of money if for nothing else than my own than for me.
Sure.
I knew that if I did this deal with Ian, that she and I would break up. And I knew that doing this deal was my best path to earning the amount of money that she wanted me to earn, which when I asked her, she told me she wanted me to earn $250,000 a year. And so I made my decision. Ian and I got under contract to buy a set of 5 houses in Killeen, Central Texas, which you will find numbered 15 through 19, all purchased on the same day, March 9th, 2021.
Yep.
But after I'd made that decision, and mind you, that decision was made in December. Those took an insanely long time to close because I wound up having issues with that lender.
Got it. Got it.
And that wholesaler, and among other things. There's a whole sub story there that will, for time's sake, skip over. During that time, I got under contract on 2 other deals. One through somebody who I met while I was in Texas, who was wholesaling a 9-unit apartment building in Daytona Beach. And knowing that I was going to spend more time in Florida and had a lot of connections in Florida and had reasonable ability to handle things in Florida, even though at the time I was a postdoc for the University of New Hampshire, that apartment building in Daytona Beach came around for me to buy. And then Ian and I came across an apartment building in Killeen, Texas, that at the time was a 10-plex and now is a 12-plex. And the cash out refinance of that is actually closing in a week and a half.
Very nice.
It passed appraisal. But so where the money came from for all of that was a combination of the sales that I'd just done, some more credit card debt, and some private money.
And this
my
is
down payments for the 3 of them, and I fronted nearly all of the money for the stuff that Ian and I bought together. And yeah, like almost all of that money came from me.
and we're talking right now currently about the breakup houses 15 through 19 at the moment.
Yep, as well as number 14 and number 13, the Daytona 9-unit and what's now the Killeen 12, 404 North 16th Street.
Interesting.
And so to buy all of those, I needed 350 grand, something like that. And I managed to pull it together. And I bought the breakup houses. Or Ian and I bought the breakup houses together. I fronted all of it. The way the deal worked with me and Ian was I was fronting all the money, or nearly all the money, but I would be paid out first from any proceeds until such time as we were even. We've been nearly even a couple times. We still aren't yet because we keep buying more stuff and I keep putting more money back into it. But in return, like for that, I would get 40%, and I'd never have to go actually be at the properties in person. Ian was going to handle all this stuff in person. I'm still salty about the fact that it hasn't turned out that way, but
Sure.
yeah, the deal was I was to be finance. I was to handle the accounting, and I was to handle getting all that. I got all that cash together.
Yeah.
I lent Ian his portion, and I borrowed from other people as well as used every bit of cash I had. I did not think I was going to be able to pull together that much money, but by God, I did it. 160 for the down payment and closing costs for the Killeen 5. 120 for the down payment and closing costs on, it was 160, 120, and like 140, something like that, or 130, something like that. Um, Between, or maybe 110, yeah, something like that. Somewhere in the 360K range between um Daytona, the Killeen apartment building, and the five breakup houses.
So again, that's 13, 14, and then 15 through 19 here is what you're
Yeah,
talking about. Yeah.
yeah.
And so
And so um I guess at this point I should talk about them separately as like how they turned out. Okay, so Daytona was a huge project. I mean, these were all huge projects, but Daytona was really a huge project.
yeah.
Um, in that I did it myself. Like I found the guys, I did it, wound up doing way more than I thought I was going to on the Colleen ones too. But um Daytona, yeah, I spent a bunch of time there. I went up there on I went to Daytona on a regular basis for the 14 months, and I wound up selling it. I mean, I made $130,000 profit. I sold it through a wholesaler. I sold that in May of 2022, and actually, that sale is what catalyzed what became known as the summer of 20 closings last summer. But I'll get into that. First, let me get through the spring of 21 with all of the those initial purchases. Um, with that first giant expansion, not first, but with this giant expansion. Um, so yeah, I bought the set of five, we bought the set of five houses. It just so happened that March 9th, the day that we closed on the Colleen on the five breakup houses, um, Ian, my business partner and best friend, tripped over an anti-homeless bench and hurt himself so badly that they had to withdraw 60 cc's of fluid from his knee, and he was bedridden for 6 weeks. In fairness to him, the first day he was able to walk with a cane, he and his grandmother went to Colleen and they signed 4 leases in a single day to rent out the Colleen five houses, to rent out those breakup houses.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I mean it's great that he was able to do that. I remember, I mean, I stayed with Ian at that time. It was crazy to see what he was going through. But it is cool that he did end up getting some of those rented out, as soon as he possibly could. And then, and those are that does, and that's those are the breakup houses that he was renting out at that time,
Yeah,
right? Yeah. And you guys have
as well as,
held the breakup houses to today.
yes, we still
Um,
have them.
Correct. Basically, everything moving from now on, you have except your Daytona nineplex.
Yeah, yeah, other than the Daytona 9, yeah.
Yeah, very interesting. And so, um, the Daytona nineplex, again, you mentioned you're able to, um, you mentioned you had to spend a lot of time in Daytona. You did have a whole bunch of stuff that you were fixing and changing and making sure, like, you did really well on that in basically 14 months. And then you said you took that money, those proceeds, and then put it back into Killeen area.
So not just Colleen. Okay, so to
And and
proceed
and
somewhat in order,
and
to
I'd
proceed,
say, how do you have any big groups of houses and or like the breakup houses were five? Do you have like looking at from 12 through one? Are
yeah,
there how do you
Yeah.
categorize these? And we'll refer back to them as that as we get through
And
it.
I'm looking at these and I'm looking at this and I'm realizing I forgot a house. Um,
Nice, nice.
um,
Oh darn!
oh darn. Yeah,
Casually forgot a property owned.
between number 10 and number 11, I forgot about Elise.
Nice.
Elise Drive. But which is where Ian and I live when we're in Killeen. But so after that set of purchases, there were a couple more purchases. 1012 North 10th Street, now known as the Rainbow House, was
Mm.
a pretty big renovation.
So I do want to come back to that. So we'll put
Okay.
a because I want to show what that looks like too, because that's just awesome.
It is truly incredible. And you can see, what it looked like when we got it. It was there were meth heads in it, or like meth heads had just been pushed out of it. It had a prostitute motivation chamber.
A motivation chamber.
For a prostitute. It had writings on the walls and pictures. And now it's a beautiful house.
I mean,
718 North 19th Street,
I
number
prefer
11.
some.
Oh,
I prefer writings on my walls and pictures all over my place too. So depending on that versus, I'm
yeah,
joking.
but you don't have,
Yeah,
yours aren't
I'm joking. I
pornographic.
know.
Yours don't say eat that dick.
Yes, yeah, exactly, exactly.
Yours are not like caution slippery when wet, come and get it yummy.
Yes, and then and we will. I want to come back to this when we dive into and share pictures of the Rainbow House as it is now called. But yeah, that's amazing. All right, so
I
now
feel like I should let's see. Where is
are we
the
going
pic?
into the Rainbow House now? All right, let's go into the Rainbow House now. Let
I send
me.
this to you. Um it's going to be easier if I grab the post itself
So
and
this
send
was
it
the
to
house
you.
before. What I'm sharing right now on Google is the house before the rainbow stuff. The rainbow
The house before it became known as the Rainbow
before it
House.
became known as the Rainbow House. Now, what we'll do is I'll go into a new tab here and say just look up the Rainbow House. That's all I need to do right here, and there are pictures of it from Google.
If you'll have to look up Killeen Rainbow House.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. So copy image address. So now you have this, and I'll go full screen here. So full screen. This is what it is today, and this is what it was when you first bought it, which is crazy.
Still looks like I think there's this lag time.
Yeah, there's definitely going to be a delay between when
Oh,
you see it.
if you look on your if you look in your Facebook Messenger, I sent you the pictures of the inside.
Let me, I just need to change accounts. That's a whole thing. So give me a moment. Everybody gets to see the innards of my Facebook here. So then these were the house. This is what it looked like. Interior looked like from when Barukh and Ian formally purchased it. It's crazy. Yeah. Little T.
If you want to read the writings.
Yeah. Kiss her, kiss her gently. Yeah, it's a whole vibe going through these pictures. Do you have after pictures of the interior that we're showing here?
Oh, you can find them on Zillow. If you look up the address on Zillow, you can find them.
Uh, are you saying that the after photos are there too?
Yeah, well, the after photos are on Zillow.
Hold on.
These are the before photos.
Oh, okay, cool. Got it. Got it. Got it. What a change, man. What a change. These are the after. You guys did a fantastic job on this.
Thank you.
Well, yeah. So, and again, this is the Rainbow House. So, the Rainbow House.
And the Rainbow House. Okay, so to get into the to like a bit more of the story here. So, like I told you, Ian had his major illness. When the Rainbow House came on the market, um, I found out about it and flew to Colleen, I believe, the next day. I think that was the one where I booked a flight and was on a plane 7 hours after or something. It was something crazy like that. It was either the next day or like the day of. I got myself on a plane over there to go see it. Um, and yeah, went ahead and so the money for that, after I'd done been like already had the breakup houses rented out and was turning a profit on the apartment building in Colleen, um, month over month, and same with Daytona. One of my friends had approached me about lending to me on another property, and so I knew I had somebody who could lend to me on it, and so yeah, when that methed out shell came available and went on the market, I went ahead and yeah, put an offer on it, and the only mortgage I had on it was that one with that friend of mine, and yeah, did it. Um, and then the next one I bought was a couple weeks later. I bought with a hard money loan, which is a predatory loan for real estate investors. Um, and that one, I had 9 months to refinance it, like to turn it, renovate it, and refinance it. And I did. And so
And that was the 718.
that was 718. So the first one to refinance was uh I believe the Rainbow House was the first one to refi. Yeah, because the Rainbow House was the first one to refi. The Rainbow House I bought for 42.5, put about 47K into it, refinance it appraised at 141. And I was able to borrow 65% loan to value because of how low my credit score was. Um, got a mortgage for 91K and still have that mortgage. And then not that long thereafter, did the same with 718. But those lenders were being a bit slow. And, as time was going on. So the Rainbow House, like I said, in my partnership with Ian, when it was set up, he was supposed to be there more of the time, most of the time. He was supposed to be the primary in-person partner, but
Mm-hmm.
he kept being sick, and I don't know. I felt. I mean, I absolutely did need to go there a lot and deal with it, and so I did. This was also during the 5 job summer where I was working, well, 5 jobs. I was, in addition to my current three, I was a insurance agent, and I was working as a real estate wholesaler for an investment firm based in Austin. Um, and so in September of 2021, with the Rainbow House having not been touched very much and not really been worked on very much, I went, and I'm not going to go into all the details on what later became known as the week to pay for vet school, but I went to Texas during that week and recruited a bunch of, or like went and made it a mission to recruit some contractors and worked with them and got them started, and came back and worked with them some more, and came back and worked with them some more. And yeah, I pushed the Rainbow House through to completion. And with each one of these deals I did, I got more experience and got to the point where I mean, my guys think I'm pretty good at running construction jobs, and I have a decent track record. And yeah, um there's one that's missing on here. My biggest real estate mistake was Elise Drive. It was actually between number 10 and number 11. um I bought that with not enough sleep. I came across it and tried to rush to Texas to put an offer in on it. We still made money on it because the market got drunk. I completely missed that the walls were coming like off because the one of the previous owners had tried to put like big stones on the side of the house
Hmm.
for decorative purposes, or like for like real stone siding, and didn't
Interesting.
really secure it properly. So it's got some interesting foundation issues.
Interesting. Nice.
Yeah.
And did you still have that property too, or do you sell that?
I still have that. We refinanced that too. We pulled money out of that somehow.
Interesting.
God help us. Um, the market got drunk.
Yeah.
Like,
So yeah, keep telling us more of the yeah. So I mean, again, timing has been everything with real estate and your guys' story. I think it's been an incredible adventure you've been on,
yeah.
and we're not even out of 2021. So you literally went from one property in 2017 to three, including like two actual houses and one plot of land in 2019. You had one, or you bought a duplex in Gainesville in 2020, and then you have literally like five purchases at once plus one, two, three, four. So you have nine purchases, 10 if you're counting the one that you missed as well. 10 purchases in 2021,
And you can't
which
treat Daytona as one because it was a
because
nine
it's a
unit, and
nineplex, right?
the
So
Colleen
literally,
one with the time was a 10-plex. Yeah, I bought 24 units in a month, in a little over a month.
yeah, it just went from a couple, I guess three properties to pretty much over 25 in literally like Q1 of 2021, 2020. Like by May of 2021, you guys had 25 properties plus 25
Yeah.
doors, 25 doors.
Yeah.
Um, and then so how did you guys keep the momentum going? You know, after you had this massive purchase mass, you guys took on so much debt. What was the thought process once you guys had 25 properties and a boatload of debt? Before the refinances, you're already just still rehabilitating them.
Yeah.
Um, was the idea to then, rehab, refinance, and then literally just take that money and continue just spamming it all over the market before it, like sobered up?
I had no intention of buying any more. I wanted to, I mean, we were willing to buy more if things came up at the right prices, but we didn't think they would really. And so the plan was like to get what we had cash flowing. And I was working on Daytona and the stuff in Colleen, and my I had Gainesville was rented. Um and so my objective was to turn these properties and refinance them and stabilize them, get them rented,
Right.
get them rented and stabilized was my objective there. And, I was working on 404 North 16th Street for, during the course of all of this. And so we were slowly turning them and, renovating them and getting them rented and profitable, turning a profit on rent minus mortgage each month, but spending a bunch on renovations, but refinances paid for renovations, as well as the rents, as well as my income and Ian's income from our main jobs, respectively, paid for that. And periodically borrowing from various people that wanted to lend me money. And so by so doing, when I did the cash out refinance on, Dean Ave, I'm realizing our triplex in Killeen is also not on here because I'm not even sure why. So there's two properties I'm missing on this list. So there's 26 properties.
Nice.
But working on these properties, getting them turned, and then eventually getting them refinanced was my objective. And so I got Rainbow House turned and rented in January of 2022, and then bought the Ukrainian house, 1706 North 22nd Street, which is on here as number 10.
Yep.
And that one was renovated by mid-April and rented out in June or July. June, I think it was rented out. Maybe July, one of them. 718 was rented starting, I believe, in October. I think that was 3 months. And so with all of those rented and me finishing Daytona and getting Daytona fully rented, I thought that was going to be that. But anytime I go to look to refinance something, I also look at selling it, because oftentimes the loans I get have prepayment penalties on them. And so if I'm contemplating refinance, that's the best possible time to sell. I didn't think I was going to sell Daytona. I'm still amazed that I sold Daytona. I think somewhere in my financial diary, and I should pull that up, I have an explanation of the sale of Daytona, because that's going to be my next book is going to be on wholesaling. For April 2022. Why am I willing to sell Daytona? From my $9,500 in monthly rent, subtract $1,500 in monthly utilities. There have been recent months where that's approached $2,000, but let's call it $1,500. So I net $8,000 in monthly rent if there are no vacancies. Right now, my monthly payment is $3,200 a month. So I get $4,800 a month if I never have any vacancies and never have to do any work on the place. Selling it, I get $430K. $150K down payment and purchase costs. $150K was my ballpark, wound up being more like $130. Renovation costs, $130K profit. 10% of $430K is $3,600 a month. 8% is $2,900 a month. So after accounting for those opportunity costs, I get between $1,200 and $1,900 a month. 10% is probably a better estimate for my opportunity cost rate. So $1,200 a month in profit, not accounting for vacancies or maintenance or anything beyond mortgage and utilities. If I refinanced at 75% loan to value, after closing costs and prepayment penalty, I'd walk away with maybe $230K. My mortgage payment would rise to $5,000 or so a month. My opportunity costs on the remaining $200K in equity would be $1,700 a month at a 10% rate, leaving $1,300 in profit, not accounting for vacancies or maintenance or any costs beyond mortgage and utilities. So if I had held Daytona under that, I'd only get $1,300 a month in profit before vacancies. And if you assume a 10% vacancy rate, that becomes nearly zero. Mm-hmm. If you account for maintenance, it becomes below zero. What about raising rents? A wise investor might ask. Well, let's start with that this building can never truly achieve market rent. Why? Because it's a chopped house. A former house with a couple of enclosed porches turned into 9 tiny units with 2 parking spaces in total, serving 9 apartments. because the entire unit is run on a single 200 amp panel that won't support electric ovens or electric hot water and has enough trouble as it is running all the building's window AC units. I should probably add here that the building doesn't have heat. The electricity won't support electric space heaters. Even if I raised Gwen's, Dearlo's, Sabrina's, Kevin's rent to what I could get for their units, it'd only give me an extra $1,200 a month or so, if that. The other 5 units are already at the most that I could get them rented in this market. So let's say that I were to do the heartless thing and raise Gwen's rent so high that I forced out that poor old lady who's been there for 7 years and I moved someone else in. Besides that, I'd lose 2 months of rent at least due to vacancy and leasing while turning that unit, thus wiping out a year's worth of this added profit, and would have to take a few more trips to Daytona, wiping out a few more months of profit. Let's say I was earning that extra $1,200 a month from those 4 units for 24 to 2,500 a month in total profit. Deduct $1,400 a month for vacancies, non-payment, evictions, and 14 months of ownership. Only once have I had all units occupied and paying right. That leaves $900 a month. Then it's $50 a month in pest control and another $50 to $100 a month for groundskeeping, weed killing, maintenance, down to $800 a month in profit. If I paid a property manager, I'd be in the red. But even if I account for my time, even if I only went to Daytona every other month, and I've averaged well over once a month thus far, 4 hours in the car in each direction, $32 in gas in each direction, plus my time on site, plus my time handling tenant communication, leasing, contractor coordination, and paying my leasing assistant, $400 a month for management at the very least, down to $400 a month in profit. Less than $5,000 a year in profit on a 9 unit building if I kept it and raised rents like that. And that's before I account for maintenance, let alone improvements. By God, this building is stable now, but it definitely needs some more improvements. It wasn't until most of the way through this winter when I was contemplating trying to sell that I realized how my tenants were getting heat when the building's electricity won't support space heaters. Only then did I realize that the tenants had continued the previous landlord's highly dangerous policy of simply having the tenants use propane heaters meant for outdoor use in their below ground level apartments, a carbon monoxide hazard on top of a fire hazard in a wooden building. So even after all the improvements that I've done, let me tell you about the improvements that this building still needs. Start with mini splits, $2,000 a piece installed if I'm lucky, probably more like $3,000 a piece, plus another $1,000 a unit for electric modifications to power them. Multiply that by 9 units. This building really needs a second electric meter. The utility company isn't keen on that, but Christ, there's a legitimate risk of electrical overload if that isn't done. And sure enough, a few months after I sold it, there was a major electrical overload. Then there's the roof. Rainwater has penetrated the building on 3 separate occasions this year in 3 different locations. That'd be $30,000. Let's talk about how the building's walkways are made of roll-on roofing material. Let's talk about how when it rains sideways, water seeps through the siding of the building into the units. Let's talk about how the adjacent property's retaining wall is leaning over onto my building's gas meter and how the adjacent property's owner won't let me just remove and rebuild it. What about appreciation, a wise investor might ask? Yeah, I know about appreciation. Yeah, I know I can raise the rents every year. I know too where Daytona rents are rising. Could I make money from appreciation if I keep this building? Yeah, but keeping this building is marginal at best. Florida is cyclical, especially vacation destinations like Daytona. Florida peaks high in the boom times and crashes low in the bust times. I'd probably be fine if I held on to this building for another 10 years through the next boom. And a big part of me wants to do just that. Another part of me wants to sell this to buy other stuff. I could go either way here at this price, the price I wanted, $40,000 above the price I thought I'd get. I've got some more stuff here too.
I mean, and you also sold it within months of the hurricane. I forgot which one, but there was another
Hurricane
hurricane.
Ian,
Was it Hurricane Ian? Yeah. I mean, you got out at such a
coincidentally named.
coincidentally named. Yeah. I mean, you got out at such a time where, at the end of the day, like, it was an incredible decision based on like financials that you were just walking through and the story you were just sharing from an excerpt of your book aside, like that was a really well timed exit, and it seemed like it was like, again, a lot of again rolling up the sleeves, getting dirty with it as you've done with many other things the rest of your life, with this too. And I think that's the one of the major takeaways there. That's really
And you didn't
impressive.
even see me crawl under your house yet.
No, not yet. That definitely almost happened,
That
but
almost happened.
maybe in about a week and a half, but we'll figure that out. Besides the point. So with that, we have a number of other properties to get to, and then I think
Yeah.
that we'll kind of just like, yeah, how do you want to kind of go
Oh
about the
God.
next? I mean, but
All
I
right.
I think I
So
think the idea is to really take. I think we with the next few, right?
we're getting into the summer of 20 closings.
Right. So
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 the sale of Daytona gave me my down payment back, my hundred and some odd $1,000 that I'd put into it back, and 100 and some odd $1,000 in profit. It gave me 400 and something $1,000 cash. And on June 10th, 2022, I closed the refinances of all 5 breakup houses at anywhere from $45,000 increases to $80,000 increases above purchase price. And I also closed the refinances of the lease and the Ukrainian house all on
and
that same day,
and all
what
of
became known as
these,
the day of 10 closings. And so from those refinances, from those house refinances in Texas, I got 200 and some odd $1,000.
right, and openly, right? So all of these refinances that you're talking about, open, like they're all cash out refinances where you got a new interest rate for these, but really the value of the cash out refinance is that you literally took all of your equity that was out of pocket and you paid yourself back. So now you're effectively cash neutral or net neutral out of pocket, and everything moving forward is now money back in your pocket. Every rent payment, every mortgage payment, everything that you're now spending on these properties and or making back on the properties from rents and others, uh, that's now, if you ever decide to sell it, any proceeds is now still positive from the moment you actually purchased it, because now
Yeah.
you've locked in your gains, so to speak, by doing all of these refinances, which is fascinating. Um, and
And in
and
that summer, right as rates were rising.
right, exactly. Like the timing of when you guys got into purchasing a lot of real estate at once with such low interest rates, and the timing of your ultimate cash out refinances on literally again 10 to now, I think it was 20 ultimately, units. um the cash out refinance period was still at or below like 3.5 or 4% interest rates, like timelines. I mean, outside of uh
No,
yeah, I mean, there's
sadly they weren't that
commercial
low.
there, but the
Those ones closed at just under 6.
right, because but you guys, that I think would be more of a conversation around like commercial type loans at that point. Like it was not uh
Yeah.
primary or secondary in mortgages. These were big,
No.
investor level mortgages where you're naturally going to have increased interest rates already. So even if it's close to 6%, that means that again you'd be a percent below that for most primary, or so that's still a really solid percentage for where we are at today, even a year, now year and a half, almost a year and a half out from most of these refis. Um,
No, we're half a year out from these refis.
was it just
This
this
was
summer?
this was this past summer.
Oh
Time
wow,
has A lot has happened.
dude. So even if you guys were 6 months, if you guys just delayed and were slacking on your shit for 6 months, you guys would have been in a completely different financial position.
Now do you understand why I've barely been home this year?
Oh, total. Well, so with the you're never home
Have
2022.
I managed to explain to the audience properly why this has been, especially the summer,
I think
so
I I
hectic?
think what would be really interesting, instead of necessarily going into each of the other properties, unless there's something that you really want to talk about, is to talk about what are some of the major consistent upgrades and updates you do on all of these properties that you find the most valuable for your that had gone towards your refinances, right? Like what was the single or group of things that you consistently did that you were always excited about doing because you knew it was just going to be cash back in your pocket?
Getting them rented.
That's fair. I thought I was asking a really deep, philosophical question here. No, I mean,
Getting them functional. These are places that, okay, so, if I'm going to highlight one of these, I'll highlight number 2.
the little, oh yeah, the whole, all of Little
Little
Ave,
Avenue.
which I know this is just one line item here for everybody who's like looking at it, but I mean, at the end of the day, this is
And
how
the
many
renovation numbers
properties.
on there isn't right anymore.
Yeah, I'm sure, but I
The
mean, again,
renovation number on there
in
needs to be doubled.
right, but again, these are what, eight, nine, eight properties.
17 houses.
17. Well, hold on. So you have odd and even numbers for it. Oh, wait, it's 5 to 6. Hold on. Yeah, dude.
516 to 624.
Wow.
So
Yeah.
that's 516, 518, 520, 522, 524, 602, 604, 606, 608, 610, 612, 614, 616, 618, 620, 622, and 624. 17. 17 little houses on Little Avenue. Oh, are
That's
you going
funny.
to pull up
I did.
a Google Maps street view of
Of
what they
little.
looked like when I bought them?
Yeah. These are them, right? Is it on the
Yep. Yep. That's them. You see the boarded up,
yeah, that's
and
this
you
one.
can go down the block. You can go down the block. You can even click down the block to take us on a journey.
You can direct where you want this journey to go. It's
Keep keep
literally
keep, keep going down the
it's
block
it's
and
literally all of these houses are your houses. This
all
is
the way down the
incredible.
block,
This is insane. You literally own all of these properties down
and
the
they're all
street.
identical.
They are all identical. Some of them have more wood on the windows than others, but they all are. This is it's so again when you're looking at these, like, what are some of the first things when you were purchasing this? What were some of the things you're looking at? You're like, yes, this is what we need to do first. This is what needs to happen right here.
Well, I saw that they all needed a lot of them needed leveling. I saw that a bunch of them didn't have toilets or plumbing. A bunch of them needed rewired, or, I mean, they were in really rough shape. A lot of them. We had to do a lot of them. Like when I say I spent, when I say we spent like 300, $400,000, and all of this with my business partner effectively dead. Um, or a lot of this with my business partner effectively dead, which was a hard thing to go
And
through
and
at the
and
time because he's also one of my best friends.
basically,
But
when we say day, just for everybody's perception here, it's basically
he's a bit
just
better now.
he
He
was he
hopefully
was
will stay better now.
physically not able to support a lot of the work that was needing to get done on these properties in the time that needed that we're talking about here. So it was an unfortunate
Yeah.
I guess a health circumstance that provided him unable to uh, physically do a lot of what Barukh is talking about. So we have a little bit of a aerial perspective, which is crazy how Google allows us to do this. But you basically
Oh,
own
there you go.
all of these properties on this side of Little Ave,
And that creek is mine too.
and you actually own the creek too. That's actually really interesting.
Yeah.
So again, you were saying that some of them had foundation stuff to worry about. Some
Because
of
there's a
them,
creek there. Yeah.
so that the creek was actually eroding
The land.
the
Yeah.
land. Got it. Got it. Oh, okay. Okay, maybe I do see that happening right over here. Okay, is this really shallow? So the water in the back is actually able to come up pretty high.
So it's actually not as shallow as it looks from there. That's a pretty hefty, that's like a pretty like decently
Decent
they're pretty high up.
high grade. All right.
Yeah. Like it's not quite as low as it looks, but yeah, no, that's a erosion is definitely a thing.
So
Like
foundation work, bathrooms, basically making sure like
electrical. Yeah, the
y-
biggest thing I needed to do was get them habitable because they weren't.
it's crazy.
Uh,
Okay, and so a lot of the structurals outside of
oh,
found, yeah, what,
yeah.
what?
I mean, yeah. I was just realizing that some of this is from yeah, at some point in the past. But yeah, no, like there, it's going to be a great like once the entire block is done, and we now have so 10 of them. I'm glad that even though Ian's been sick, he's been able to take part in he's been able to do at least a good portion of leasing, and particularly on Little Avenue he's been able to lease it. And um actually we've had so much interest on Little that we're leasing houses before they're even done. We have leases signed for so we have 10 of them currently rented and currently being lived in, and three more of them we have leases signed, and we're hurriedly finishing them up because we have supposed to have two move-ins on January 1st, and those two houses ain't done yet, and a third move-in on January 5th, and that house ain't done yet.
Mm.
So we're currently rushing.
But you
Um,
guys have like four more houses, or three more houses that still are vacant.
and then we'll
Is
have four more houses that are still going to need a fair bit more work before they can be lived in. Yeah,
that is kind of cool. All those are yours. It's kind of awesome.
is that kind of sick? Like
Yeah.
it's so
So
surreal to me owning 4.5 acres in a city,
yeah.
and we own a stream, or I mean, obviously we there's only so much you can really do with a stream because like you can't, you don't own the water. But
Hmm.
it's such a weird concept, and like I really like Killeen as a city. It's got such good food. It's so underrated as like part of the Austin Metroplex. um and it's cheap, and like it's got stuff going on. It has life. It's blue collar.
Yeah.
It's like what Fort Worth was once upon a time. It's reminds me of Philadelphia in some ways, in
And
terms of
so
the blue collar nature of it.
yeah.
Um,
So now I think what I'd like to ask is as you know, for people who are looking into again, I think from talking about your investments now, kind of transitioning to just like conversations for people who are aspiring to get closer to your position of ownership of land and knowledge about real estate. Where are some of the first places that you might recommend people go and look to learn more, and what is some of the first like the when somebody goes to you and just says, "Hey, I want to get started," what's your first initial reaction and words of wisdom?
House hack. I tell people that if they want to buy a house, if they want to own real estate, the thing they should do is lower their standard of living. That is there isn't really a shortcut. You can't there is no shortcut on it. The best way to buy a house in the place where you is the in the area where you live is to buy a house in a lower tier neighborhood and live in it and get roommates.
Hmm. Yeah. Um,
And that's usually where they're like, no, I'm white, I don't want to live in a majority not white neighborhood, or oh no, I can't handle having a lower standard of living. Like, okay, fine, so don't own a house.
mm,
Fine, don't. Not everybody needs to. This
is
idea that everybody needs to own a house is everybody needs to be a landlord. We can't all
mm,
be landlords, nor should we, nor should we want to. If everyone's a landlord, then the price of real estate gets so blasted high that no. I know
yeah,
there are a lot of real estate investors out there who want everybody else to keep drinking the Kool-Aid, but like, because yeah, sure, if the price of real estate keeps going unreasonably high, yeah, I'll make more money. But like, what does that make for our world?
right.
Then what? Okay, fine. So we all have really high real estate prices.
But at the end of the day, the real estate going up is also going to signal massive increases in rent because, all the prices, all the costs of owning that real estate as a landlord is really you're going to just pass that down. Like you're not, like where there is an equilibrium at some point and hopefully we'll be reaching that. It's not necessarily we don't need to go over that that equilibrium to your point. Um,
Then you get into questions of like what rents can people afford to pay?
Well, and then I mean, but there are also different types of land, right? There are different types of properties. So I mean, you can be a
Mm-hmm.
landlord for, an RV park, or you have your own fleet of RVs, and you can rent out the RVs independently. Or I mean, you know, there's definitely something to be said for different, types of property and different sizes of the property too. Just because you have
Mm-hmm.
little houses on Little Ave, and then, but I mean, but those can easily become massive houses on the same property and be valued very differently. Um,
Mm-hmm.
you know,
And
so
we have a bunch of empty land on Little Avenue, and we may wind up building more stuff
I see that right near the intersection with South
by
10th.
the
You,
intersection by 10th Street. Yeah.
yeah, I mean, you do have some space, and so you guys have some room to play. Um, and and so to the last thing I want to share with everybody before we start wrapping everything up shortly is
We've
just
been
the
on Zoom. We've been doing this for 3.5 hours.
it's been a long adventure, my friend.
God,
And so doesn't
I
it
have
it time
said sometimes that I'm capable of talking for 5 hours straight, but Jesus Christ.
this is a and honestly, if I'm sure we could keep it going, if I wasn't just trying to move it on, but this is definitely already the longest one episode that I've had. But this, we're showing right now on the screen. We're showing yeah, we're showing on the screen your net assets basically, and we'll close with some of the final conversations around basically how to look at this and how you interpret them. I'm actually going to put up your net assets and take away the browser there. So, with your net assets, again, your net assets are so rooted in real estate. And you did mention, I know, in a separate call, anything outside of this is negligible, where your primary focus and pretty much everywhere whenever you have more money to put, it is almost all now in real estate. So anything in other accounts, like we don't you're not necessarily accounting for that, and this is your decision to not include that in this view. And so as the result, we have your net assets, which is basically the equity that you have on these properties, and the red, which is your liabilities or your debt, which is basically like the loans you have against these properties are what you kind of owe the bank slash other people. And the 600K in the yellow is your actual net asset, right? Your net asset amount. Is there anything that you wanted to share or talk about when it comes to these numbers and the way that this looks?
Um, so trying to get a good handle on my net worth and my net or on my total value of assets, because of how appraisals are, you can go up or down by a factor of 20%.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's the matter of some of my debt is held by my business partnerships. And so, in total, I say I own 37 units. I have stewardship over 64. Like I co-own a total of 64, but when I, add up the percentages, like multiply the percentage, do a multiply accumulate operation, multiply percentage by number of units and add all that up, I get 37. I am steward over about $5 million in property. Like I have about $5 million in property under my ownership. I actually own about 3 million, with about, if I again percentages adding up, about 2.4 million in debt. And that's very much a ballpark. And to respect the privacy of my lenders, I'm not, going to say, hey, this is how much I have of this person's money or
Mm-hmm.
anything like that, because no,
Right.
um, that wouldn't be right to them.
Sure.
Um, but you know, yeah, it's a very leveraged thing that I've done, and it's a very leveraged business. Real estate is, and the reason why real estate is typically so leveraged, an 80% loan to value, as you see there, that's like someone putting 20% down on a house.
Right. Like you basically put 20% down on your whole portfolio is what is your current
Correct.
current net assets.
Yeah,
Right. So
correct.
and for the listeners on the podcast metaverse is uh you have 600K in estimated net assets, and you have roughly 2.4 million in estimated liabilities, right? And so again, that is the 80-20 split here, which is again typically, again, for people who are trying to purchase a property, if you're only putting 20% down, that bypasses the PMI. So technically you're in a good position, my friend, here for these, but it is extremely leveraged, and you know, you were going in on some of the risks associated with it.
Yeah, it's far less risky than somebody, or it is, yeah, less risky than somebody who buys a house with 3% down, in terms of, the risk of losing money from the value of my properties going down. I don't
Yeah,
have that much of that risk, because even if, I mean, I have got that risk, but nowhere near as much as somebody who might potentially need to move in an era where we don't just have the same job in the same place for our entire lives.
right.
Um, I didn't realize there were 20 comments on this episode. We're gonna have to go through those too. Uh,
Thanks for everybody who watched live on Facebook. Thank you very much. Shout out. Um, and so
so
yeah.
yeah, so I can look at this and say, yeah, effectively, I've put 600K down on a $3 million portfolio,
Hmm.
and be fairly happy with that.
Is there?
And I'm calling this the winter of 30 vacancies, because after I bought the little houses, I was no longer profitable on a month-over-month basis. When those three little houses are rented, I will either almost be or will officially be month-over-month profitable once again. Um, because rents minus, actually, my partnership will become month-over-month profitable. I already am. Um, but so when I look at this debt to equity, when I compare, you asked me to compare to some of the other people you've interviewed for this, because real estate is so much about leverage. I'm not just 100% real estate, I'm 500% real estate. And 400% is borrowed money, which is a scary thing to think.
It's
But
interesting.
also, if if someone lives in California and they bought their $1 million house with 3% down, and they have another 40 grand in the stock market, their assets aren't 100% stocks, or even if it's a diversified combination of stocks, bonds, and you know at one point in my life, before I bought real estate, I owned Venezuelan government bonds, and I sold them before the government of Venezuela started defaulting. Um, but even a properly balanced portfolio of $40,000 held by somebody in California who owns a $1 million house that they put 3% down on Their portfolio isn't, this percentage to, bonds, this percentage to stocks, and $30,000 to real estate. No, they have $1 million real estate asset. And so they'd be, and their stocks would be 4%. So they'd have 96% real estate, or yeah, 96% real estate, and 93 of that is dead.
Right. Right. You're basically taking into account you're accounting for the debt to be a part of the total asset discussion, where it makes, again, if you have a $3 million portfolio and your equity percentage of that is the 20%, basically you have the net asset of 600K that you do, and then the 2.4 million technically is still yours, but you've loaned that is loaned money to you that somebody basically gave you, the bank and
And
others.
banks,
Right, exactly.
several banks.
Right, so they've given you $2.4 million to play with, and you've bought real estate with it effectively.
Mm-hmm.
um, and that's kind of the perspective you have is, you know you're 500% invested in real estate, but really have 100% of that is your actual money. Um, do you
Yeah.
keep, obviously outside of this, we do have quite a bit of, again, there's risk associated with doing this, right? Like, do you have the emergency fund? But again, it's negligible. But I mean, how do you manage that, right? I mean, how do you manage the potential of some crazy thing happening? Little Ave, you have, 15 houses or something, like, right? Like,
Mm-hmm.
it's like if there was a crazy situation, like what would be your super leverage in theory? And I don't want to actually have
My super leverage
yeah,
is my credit cards.
yeah.
During a normal time, when I'm not, going crazy. So which is
Mm-hmm.
to say, in a week and a half from now, after the 404 North 16th Street refinance closes, from that money, 20, 30 grand is going to go specifically into my checking as my emergency fund,
Mm-hmm.
in addition to paying off my cards, or at least 10.
Yeah.
And also, one of the things that I'm going to be doing um, in the coming year is, now that my partnership is going to be 2 years old. Actually, this month it is 2 years old. We formed Fort Hood Homesteads in December of 2020. I'm going to be able to qualify for bank business lines of credit.
Hmm.
And so I'll be able to have access to emergency money in addition to holding cash.
That's fascinating.
And then sometime in the next 6 months or so, Little Avenue is going to be refinanced. My triplex in Gainesville, 1036, is going to be refinanced. My sixplex in Cincinnati, Boudinot, probably going to be refinanced. I will no longer, so I'm now down from 30 vacancies to 21 vacancies. Now that Ian is, thank heavens, feeling a bit better. Fingers crossed that it stays that way. And fingers crossed that he be healthy. And I he's both my best friend and my business partner, and I try to separate
Mm-hmm.
the two where
Yeah.
possible.
Yeah, yeah, 100%. We,
But
we've had
um
conversations for sure.
yes. Um I'm hopeful that this coming year that he'll be able to get our vacancies rented.
Hmm.
And I've worked to get us a bunch of rent ready vacancies ready to move into, and I'm working on the others. And My guys are working as we speak. During the time that I've been on this meeting with you, I have how many missed calls?
Oh no.
I have a request for cash from. I have a request from cash. I have how many missed calls? Let me count. Yeah,
Couple
from the
hours.
last 3.5 hours, I have 8 missed calls. And in texts, I have one, two, three, four, five, six, yeah, etc.
I get it,
People
yeah.
who have texted me. Yeah,
I mean, you're literally running a business, my friend. It's it's an incredible, you know, thing you guys have built. But also, you have a compliment in the comments here. Andrew mentioned that it's an impressive portfolio value because you've especially considering you guys have only been at it for 5 years, and I'd say really 2.5 years has really been where you guys were heads down, kind of on it. And so again, going from 0 to 3 million in literally almost 3 years, I'd say in total. Like the is that accurate? You guys went
yeah.
from pretty much what I don't know.
I mean,
To,
not zero because I had some experience. I mean, I don't ever want to be one of those like real estate gurus that like you know talks a bigger game than they actually are.
sure.
That's never been me. That's never been a thing I ever wanted to do. So I tend to underestimate things. I think I'll probably make an exception. I'll probably actually like when I will I have said that at this point it's probably a when rather than an if, as weird as it is to say. When I reach the millionaire mark, I plan to throw a party for it, and I think for that one I will go by what the banks think my properties are worth rather than what I have them in my spreadsheets, discounted by.
You,
Um,
you're gonna have
but
enough to just as much over $1 million to then spend. So when even after you're done with the party, you're still $1 million. You still have 1 million. You need to calculate that budget for that party, and
yeah, exactly.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, as Ian told me a couple times, but in particular when we first started, if if you're doing things that you think of as the hardest thing you've ever done, that means you're expanding your capacity. This is paraphrasing Ian. To directly quote him, to bite off more than you can chew and then chew it.
Right.
And I did that when I was in high school, and I did that when I was in undergrad, and I did that during grad school to some extent. And now I get to do that with 3 jobs and, being a landlord to 64 units. And, I own 37. And I get to have a lot of fun. And I guess I'm now considered interesting enough that people like you want to interview me.
Yeah, I mean
So
it's been obviously we've had plenty of stuff to talk through and talk about, and honestly, I feel like we still probably could be spending way more time too, which is crazy. Um, and so
four
you know,
hours.
genuinely, right? And so I think where we'd like to close it off. Obviously, again, it's been 4 hours, but I'll still add in some final rapid fire questions. So this is a segment that we call rapid fire. Get it? Because fire is retiring. The financial independence entirely rapid fire. You see, that's a pun for those that want to laugh. Uh, we have a couple quick questions for you to answer, and then we'll call it a day. How's that sound? Um,
Sure.
so, are there any quirky or unique games or activities or tricks that you do with your money, and/or how you use it? So, like rounding up or down on purchases, savings, transfers, anything that's a little bit different.
Credit card rewards, but that's not even that different. I'm a points broker. So yeah, I mean, I don't just use like the rewards from my credit card spending for my own flights. I use them for other people's flights, and then they pay me back for them. Um, and then sometimes I'll pay other people to use their points. Like I think at some point I'm supposed to use your United Miles or something like that. I forget which company Intel is, which airline Intel is loyal to, but I'm supposed to use your
It's
miles
more of
from it.
a geographic location that SF is a big United hub. But yeah, exactly.
The breaker of guitars.
Yep, yep.
Um, yeah, so I think the games that I play with money.
What about balance floating? You mentioned once, and I'm not sure if
Oh yeah, manufactured spending and basically kiting. I mean, it's the
define what is balance floating for those that don't know, and then how have you used it?
I mean, I balance float. Do I call it float? Yeah. I mean, it. Yeah, that constant. So, okay. Um, I knew that I was in process on the refinance of this 12 unit apartment building in Colleen.
Hmm.
I thought it was going to close 2 months ago, but I was fairly certain it would close by about beginning of January, especially once appraisal was ordered, the appraiser came out. It is now appraised. I bought it for 280K. I put 300 and some odd into it, and it appraised for 940.
Hmm.
And so docs have been ordered. Now we're in the hope and pray phase while we wait for it to close. But knowing that, I know that when I spend money on a credit card, I have until a month from the next statement date to pay it off without being charged interest. And so I started making a bunch of purchases starting in late November or starting in mid November to help finish it, to get it ready for the appraisal in December. Similar with, I continued doing a bunch of stuff on Little Avenue on credit cards.
So all the credit card, and then once again, explain to me. Maybe I don't understand either. So once you make all these purchases at the end of November, then what happens to the balance?
Okay, so my American Express Gold Card made
Hmm.
a bunch of purchases in November. Statement date is December 10th. That's when the statement's generated,
Hmm.
10th of the month.
Hmm.
The payment for all those transactions isn't due until January 10th.
Correct.
I put $47,000 on my business gold card
Before, like at the end of November. So again,
during November,
that you don't need to owe until the January 10th.
January 10th.
Right. Sorry. So you basically have like a month of free interest on that.
I currently have, and I can read this off to you because I'm about to post it. $47,000 on my Amex Business Gold, $10,000 on my Delta card, $13,000 on my AA card, $15,000 on my Business MX Blue, $7,000 on my Discover card, $16,000 on my Chase Freedom, $12,000 on my Chase Sapphire Reserve, $8,000 on my Capital One card, $18,000 on my Bank of America card, $7,000 on my Chase Inc. And I just realized I forgot I need to add it, $4,000 on my Spirit card. $23,000 on Ian's Chase Business Platinum Amex, $12,000 on our Business Chase Inc., $4,000 on our Business MX Blue, $1,000 on Ian's Lowe's card. That's, I have to, $147,000 on my cards, and another $40,000 on Ian's cards, and $4,000 on the card of some dude named Ephraim who wanted me to put his spending who wanted me to put my spending on his card.
For points
Which is to
purposes.
say, yes, for his points purposes, so that he can get some credit card rewards, which is to say $190,000 on our credit cards.
And that's just this month. That's December Jan
Well,
timeframe, which is crazy.
so some of that is like spending from previous months that because I, knew that I was going to be getting some money. So something I sometimes do when I need some extra cash is I will use a credit card to send money to Ian on PayPal. There's a
Okay.
fee involved,
Like
and
3.5%.
then
Yeah.
a little under
3
3%, and then with
2.9.
most 2.9. And then most of my cards have typically around 1.5% to 2% back on rewards. So effectively, I'm paying, you know, between 1% and 1.5% to be able to borrow that money for a month and a half.
Interesting. So you'll actually, by setting that money on PayPal, you're actually just leveraging that for like a percent interest for that month. That's actually really impressive. That's a really smart way to go about it. If you need a lot of money for, for like a
Yeah.
credit. Yeah,
To
that's really
pay
smart.
off the previous month's credit card. If what happened in this case was I thought 404, the apartment building, was going to close in November, December. And so I'd spend a bunch of money in September and October expecting that money to come in.
That's smart. Yeah,
So
that's
that's how I
smart.
wound up with 190 grand rather than, what had been like 100, 110. Because now I've had
Right.
3 more months to go spend money.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting. So then the next one is what is your guilty pleasure? Do you spend money on something where you're all when you're driving between Austin and Killeen, when you're on the Spirit flight between Fort Lauderdale and Austin, like where is there some spot where you're just
What's my
like
guilty pleasure? I mean, I've
what
got a
it
few.
yeah.
I mean, good food. I like buying good food in places, but like, I don't know if that's guilty.
Is there a go-to dish that you always think of when you said bulgogi earlier, but like
Beef
is
bulgogi is my go-to Korean, and Killeen, Texas is some of the best Korean food in the country, because it's a military
Ooh.
town.
That's interesting. Okay.
Yes. Yeah. 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 It's up there with LA's Koreatown and New York's Koreatown. And
It's fascinating.
yeah,
It's a big claim right
it's up
there.
there.
Yeah.
It's some of the best. It really is. And as a Californian, I've been trying to get you to go to visit Killeen.
I'll be there
You know,
one day. One day I will I
one
will I
day,
will join
one
Colleen.
day you
I
will come to
was
Killeen and you will have some Korean
I
food.
will be there. Yep.
Um,
So
like,
good food.
I don't know, good food. Um, on a Spirit flight, I will sometimes get like on Frontier, I'll sometimes get like the wine. On Spirit, I'll sometimes get a Buzzball.
What's a
But
buzzball?
usually, they are a delightful little company that makes these little margarita in a bottle.
Okay.
I'm not a big drinker. I usually only like get like a Buzzball if I'm like talking to somebody. So on my Frontier flight, I like was talking to somebody who may be joining the ranks of the lenders. Like I don't know, you meet people, and
Yeah.
like I don't know, my name is Baruch. It's Hebrew for blessed. I make it my life's mission to leave people in general better than I found them. I seek to be a blessing unto the world,
I love that.
wherever possible, in the least arrogant way of saying that as I can.
Yeah. I got you. Yep.
um, and yeah, I mean, guilty pleasure things that I, from a financial perspective.
But I
No,
mean,
my biggest guilty pleasure is dates. That's
okay.
the biggest like extra
You'll
thing I spend money
splurge.
on.
Yeah,
I'll
yeah.
splurge on a date
Very nice.
because yeah,
Why not?
because I don't have a high standard of living for myself. Left to my own devices, I'll live in a garage, a bus station floor, a
Yeah. Tent City off of Hawthorne Trail.
basement, tent city
Yeah.
off of Hawthorne Trail. You
Yeah.
know, but so I try to treat my partners well, and so yeah, that's my biggest guilty
hmm
pleasure is
hmm
splurging on my partners.
And and then you're driving across the country. What music are you listening to?
Depends on where I am. Because I'm so perpetually on my phone or on the phone, my phone runs out of battery on a daily basis. Even right after I get a new phone, it still runs out of battery on a daily basis. And I know other active landlord GCs have the similar problem. So it's not just me. So it's not just like I'm doing it wrong. No, that's how. So I don't really use my phone to play music because my
Okay.
phone's got enough draws on its battery. I don't ever turn on Bluetooth because, yeah, God, if I really want to run out of battery.
Sure.
So no, I learned my music from hitchhikes because my mother hated that my grandfather always played music in the house, and so Um, we never had music in the house other than, hearing my dad at synagogue. Um, so all of my a lot of my music taste has been from, other people in adulthood or from hitchhikes. I learned country music because hitchhike in Nebraska took me to a Walmart. I asked him what music they listened to around there, and I was 19, he was like 21, and he brought me to a Walmart parking lot and hung out with him and some of his friends, and they introduced me to Blake Shelton.
Love that. Love that.
Like, so
What a
depending on
great
where I
memory.
am, because I don't use my phone for music most of the time, especially in cars during the day when it's warm. Yeah. Um, I play what's on the radio, and I alternate between pop and country. Um, I like a lot of international music, so left to my own devices, I'll like when doing manual labor, I play Mexican and reggaeton because I was raised in a restaurant kitchen peeling potatoes to, I will recite Danza Kuduro off the top of my head because, little kid in the restaurant with a bunch of Hispanic people.
It's fair.
Um, to like, if I want to be more relaxed, I'll listen to like some of the Brazilian folk I learned when hitchhiking across Brazil. um but like when on a road trip, it's country and pop because those are the best of the options on the radio. I'm not really into the rock, and I don't really
Sure.
feel like listening to 50-year-old music that everybody wants to like. When people want to say that they're better than everyone else, they'll say that their favorite music is 70s rock.
It's interesting.
Yeah.
It's interesting. Yeah, I'd say that when you say you're not into the rock, nobody really, Dwayne the Rock Johnson isn't for everybody. So I think it's
I,
definitely.
I mean, I like my fair bit of it. Like I like, the you go. I really appreciate Elton John's like willingness to collaborate with younger artists.
Hmm.
Um, I will I listen to rock classics? Absolutely. Do I like Red Hot Chili Peppers? Sure. You know, but I don't know. A lot of my musical influence on people is introducing them to things they haven't heard,
Sure, that makes sense.
like random African things that I've listened to because I spent some time in Kenya,
Give give
or
give give
Russian
one
rap, or
give one of example of each for the listeners to go home and look up, and then we'll go to the next question.
well, do you want to pull it up? Like, are you gonna like what? Do you want me to tell you, and you'll pull it up for
I'll
them?
share
I
it.
don't think I can share because
I
you
was
said you're the only one
thinking
who's allowed to share media, not me.
that is true, just the way it's all set up. But yeah, I mean, I can look it up on Google.
I really liked the collaboration of a of 𝗿𝗲, who's fairly well known,
How do you spell it?
𝗿𝗲. Well, actually, no, because that one is a collaboration between a good African artist and an American one. So, like, people have heard of Selena Gomez, but she did a really good collaboration with an African artist named 𝗿𝗲. Um, it's called Calm Down. It's got a really good beat to it.
I don't want to play it because it might get flagged for copyright, so I'll let it do its thing. But
Okay.
yes, so Rema and Selena Gomez, calm down. And then do you
Yep.
have another? You said
I'll give you Banderos is 𝗿𝗲𝗹. Oh, that's Russian. You looked at me with a completely blank look on your face.
how do you spell it in English? So B&D.
Oh God.
No
It's
stormy.
no. So it's the band name is Banderos, Banderos.
Okay.
The song is NE space 𝗿𝗲𝗹.
Oh, I don't. You got to spell it again. V-E.
Oh God. Here, I'll just
No.
pull it up
You can say
and I'll send it to
Banderos.
you.
N-E space V.
VSPOMINAY. It's obviously supposed to be Russian,
Okay, I
like
got it. I got it.
it's
I got
supposed
it.
to be
I got it.
Cyrillic. Yeah, you can find it. You'll find it.
All right, I will listen to the both of these uh, when we hang up, when we're when we finalize the show, when the show is closed. Um,
Um, let's see what else.
I think that works.
That's good enough.
Yeah, and then the final one I got for you is what is your favorite book or movie?
Ooh, I mentioned Premium Rush earlier because no others really give the same. No other movie really shows the same extent what it means to be a bike messenger.
Hmm. I remember seeing ads for this for sure. For sure. Very cool. Yeah, I remember seeing ads for this. This was a very big movie.
Yeah, it's really good.
Yeah. Well, what I'll say is the last question is look, man, any last words, anything that you want to share before we sign off?
I can't believe we've been talking for 4 hours.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been, but you see, at the end of the day, I do hope this is helpful for some people who are interested in how others spend and invest their money, right? And you are an incredibly interesting person who has really went above and beyond in real estate, and while also being a scientist, while also have a history selling, insurance, with also being somebody who just knows a lot about a lot and has actually been able to take action on all the things that they know about. And so I think that, you know, for somebody who is interested in real estate, this is going to be the episode that I point people to. I mean, this is the goal of the show is to have people like yourself share, not only like what makes you you, but also now again that 1 3 5 year conversation, the question, that we've been talking about. Let's check in a couple years and see how you're doing. See with your role with what's going on for your science job with USDA. Um, see where you're at there, and see if you hit your $1 million goal, which seems like you will be pretty easy, pretty not easy to hit. It's you're on your
It
well
won't
on
be
your way.
easy, but
You're well on your
yeah.
way to getting there soon. And I think again for people who are interested in real estate and have questions on how to get started, you've been an interesting, role model for that, especially from understanding how to, buy your first property with credit cards through buying many more properties with, other investments and cash out refis, and seeing how to make the money and your debt work for you. And I think that that's a really cool takeaway from all this. So, um, again, if you have any other last final statements, we'll forget it. How, yeah.
I feel like I've talked for long enough.
If people want to reach out, or where would you point them? If people want to say hello
Oh,
or have any questions, if they want to reach out to you, maybe for some mortgage advice or input, or maybe even have you as their mortgage broker, where would they
I
go?
mean, I mean, be like first letter last name at nexamortgage.com is my mortgage email, and I'm usually findable.
Yep,
I'm
that's fair.
Googleable,
Sounds
like
good.
most. Yeah,
Sounds good. Well, perfect. Well, um,
yeah. I
on
have an
that,
application link, but link changes them every so often.
sure,
Yeah,
sure.
thanks, sir. This has been a really interesting experience. My first time ever being on a talk show.
Yeah, hey, you did a great job, obviously, and it's been a very long
Thank you.
episode. It's definitely been the longest we've had so far. But at the end of the day, I really appreciate your time. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for
Oh,
for your yet again sharing with us so much of your story and who you are. And hope to have you back at some point. We'll do a follow up. you know. So you're like, you be careful what you wish for, buddy. Yeah, but no, I think that it's totally makes sense. But on that note,
Okay.
I'll think that the internet actually, ironically, timing wise, is incredible how that worked. But no, I think we're back online. But again, for everybody else who is just watching us, even though the video it seemed like just dropped
I
for a
mean, you've been
second.
going in and out for me, but
Oh no. Well, hopefully it's been pretty good for most people out there. For those of you guys that have been watching us again, thank you for sticking around and engaging with us with so many comments. For those of you guys who've been listening
you're
to us
disagreeing.
on,
Yeah.
I'll just keep going with the close out and we'll take it from there. But again, for those of you guys that have been
Okay.
listening to us on Spotify, Apple, other podcast platforms, thank you guys so much. Hope you guys found this exciting, interesting, and valuable. Hope you guys had some takeaways. But until next time, my name is David Nassau. This has been the David Nassau Show. Thank you again, Barukh Rohde, for joining us. And until next time, keep doing big things.